Here's another story.
Six, four. They went 28 and
So Race Day Live is coming your way tonight, and a second half of the double header. You're with Lee Drake along with Peter McPhee at the Race Day broadcast desk, and Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action. And Peter, September, great afternoon of racing today, and we're in it for tonight as well. And I know a lot of folks wondering if the real Princess can keep the streak going for 12 in a row tonight.
Yeah, going for 12 in a row, and we got to march back to Thursday night because that's when it all started here. The Trotters were here on Thursday night. That was a great night of racing as well. 13 dashes on that card. 13 dashes this afternoon. Mark Campbell opened it with a win, closed it with a win as well. Red Deuce had a couple of wins this afternoon. And as you mentioned, tonight is the highlight. The Real Princess, she won the Maritimer in St. John, won 2 races on the same day, so that made her 11 for 11. She arrives on the island here tonight trying to go 12 for 12. I think she will be the favorite. It's hard to do to go undefeated. We've seen a couple of horses in the past do that, but the Real Princess puts the streak on the line again tonight.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it. 15 races on the program tonight. First race post time is coming your way at 6:30, and we'll be going live with the Race Day show in a few minutes. Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Redshores Racetrack and Casino, overlooking the legendary Charlottetown Driving Park. Our flags were lowered to half-mast out of respect for Queen Elizabeth II, who passed away Thursday at the age of 96. Her reign of 70 years was the longest of any British monarch, and she visited Prince Edward Island 4 times, 3 as Queen. We open our show tonight with a picture from the Earl's Picture Restoration Facebook page of Queen Elizabeth's visit to the Charlottetown Driving Park, July 30th, 1959, on a full card of harness racing that afternoon. There's a shot of it there. You're also going to see a picture with Queen Elizabeth II. Also in the picture, Prince Philip. Colonel Dan McKinnon is the driver. Cecil Stewart, the manager of the CDP at the time. Mayor Charles Fraser of Montague, his wife is Ruth. And Duck Acorn, July 30th, Peter, 1959. And she always had a love of horses, and this picture is so special.
Wow, what a great photo that is. And it's such a sad time right now remembering the Queen and just all the tributes that are pouring in these days about how calm she was, how stoic, how steady, just how great she was in her role for 70 years, like you mentioned, Lee. And that is a tremendous photo to have that right here at the Charlottetown Driving Park.
The world mourns the loss of Queen Elizabeth II. Now, on to race day.
Here they come. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Well, it is race day, and it is PEI Colt Stakes weekend as we're underway here at Redshores Racetrack and Casino, overlooking the legendary Charlottetown Driving Park. Beauty of a day. Actually, the last few days, Peter, have been great, starting with the Thursday night program, the doubleheader today. We're at 20 degrees right now, mixture of sun and cloud. The wind from the north at 15 kilometers per hour. We're going to have some gusts of 30 a little later. Skies are going to clear out. The temperature is going to drop a little bit, down to about 16 degrees a little later on. But the action is hot tonight as we get into this doubleheader Saturday.
Yeah, and again, like you mentioned, Thursday night it was great. Saturday afternoon racing, terrific here. As we mentioned, Mark Campbell opened the card with a win. Closed it with a win. Red Deuce had a couple of wins. But the story tonight is the real princess, like we talked about a little bit earlier, Lee. She's going for 12 in a row. She won the Maritimer in St. John, where you have to win 2 races in one day. She was able to do that. She's won here a couple of times before as well on the island. So again, looking for 12 in a row. She is the headliner tonight, Lee, and we'll see her in race number 10.
Yeah, and we have, of course, 15 races on the program tonight, so a lot to get to. And we're also going to talk a little bit about the Atlantic Classic sale and some of those connections that are in the PI Colt Stakes tonight in action. And that sale that's coming up Thanksgiving weekend, the catalogs are out. That's always a great sign. They're in the race office right now. We'll have more on that coming up a little later on. Let's get all those equipment and program changes as we send it upstairs to the gentleman who'll call all the action tonight. Here is Vance Cameron.
Thank you, Lee, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park. For tonight's racing program, this is event number 41 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 20 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Fallon. The associate judges are Mr. Robbie Shaw and Mr. Derek Quinn. Now here are tonight's program and equipment changes. In the first race, scratch number 4, Red Dirt Hotshot, she will not go. Race 1, scratch number 4, Red Dirt Hotshot. Number 3, Stone Beach Lily, removing goggles, adding blinkers. Number 6, T-Gals Betty, going from blind to blinkers. Turning over to race number 2, the 5 entry, I Hear Thunder, removing knee boots. Turning over to race number 3, the 4 entry, Windermere Mia Grace, will go from blind to blinkers. Number 5, Elm Grove Quest, removing blinkers, and will go from a birch bit to a chin chain. Turning over to race number 4, scratch the 5-entry Starship Zodiac. Race 4, scratch the 5, Starship Zodiac. Turning over to race number 5, scratch the 4-entry Luigi Bizzacco. Race 5, scratch number 4, Luigi Bizzacco. The next and the final change will go in race number 8. In the 8th race, number 1, Check Your Source, does not race on Lasix. No Lasix for Check Your Source in the 8th. That's going to wrap up the changes at this time on this 15-race presentation. The Parmetra windows are open and selling. There's 23 minutes prior to race 1. Post time set for 6:30. Let's go back to my co-hosts Lee Drake and Peter McPhee on the Race Day broadcast desk to set up the betting menu and promotional plays on this PEI Colt Stakes weekend.
All right, thanks, Vance. Red Shores pleased to offer the new early pick 4, and a $500 guarantee pool begins on race 2. The super high 5 comes up on race 5, and again on race 15 with that low 15% takeout. On-track guests tonight, pick 5 starts on race number 6. Peter, ballots are inside the front cover of tonight's program. The jackpot's $500, and your ballots must be in before the start of race number 6.
Yeah, make sure to take your ticket with the Wild Horses, a chance to win $25 jackpots in each of the races. And welcome to our HBI players. We appreciate your business. You can use our accounts right here on the track with our free Wi-Fi, and you can beat the lines as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you're able for the playing of our national anthem.
Sing
Now, back to Race Day Live.
So here we are back in Charlottetown tonight for race day, and PI Coal Stakes continue. An action-packed 15- program, 20 degrees, wind from the north at 15 with gusts of 30. So it is a little breezy out there right now, but it's going to cool down a little bit, Peter, a little later. But the action remains incredibly hot here, 15 races. Now the pregame tonight, we don't do this very often, and we know he's not big on a lot of recognition, but if you go through the race program tonight, you're going to notice on race number 14 that it's a special weekend for Gerard Smith, our very own race secretary, and he's been a race secretary for 50 years. Note that, 50 years. Amazing.
Hard to believe, really is, Lee. And again, I went back and watched the virtual tack room interview today. Quite a lengthy interview with Gerard. He covered a lot of topics, and wow, the stuff he's done over his career has been amazing. Lee first started out in Summerside as secretary in 72. He was a starter up there as well. He was the manager for a while up there, Lee. Yeah. He even drove about 25 times in his career. So, Lee, he's done it all in the game. He's
done it all. He's in the Hall of Fame as well. So he's not only been having an impact on the racetrack, but also on the ball field and the hockey rink as well. He talked a lot about his good friend Gerard Gallant as well, an NHL coach. So he's done it all. But we're going to take this clip right here as a bit of a celebration for Gerard. And this is something we really enjoy this. We get a lot of requests for this particular piece as a race secretary, and this race that we're going to show you right here tonight on the pregame.
Here's another story from the virtual tack room.
Put to the outside, Heartland Eclipse. Outside, 3 Troops, 5th. Up the rail in 6th. That is Bank of Dead. Now Dream On, the trailer. They were over to the opening half mile. Wow! 56-4. They went 28 and 3 in the second quarter. On the back stretch, second and final time. 3/4 pole land. Going there now, led by Rusty Riley from the outside, Pictonian Storm. 3 wide, they're coming at him now. Out there, 3 deep is 3 Troops. Heartland Eclipse between horses. In at the rail, no play. 3 high, Dream On. 3/4 in 1. 25 and 4. Set that camera up. We're going to need it. Rusty Riley from the outside, 3 Troops. Deep stretch now. And on the far outside, Dream On. Oh, I love this game. We'll need a picture to separate them. Time for the mile 1:56. Flat.
Well, here's the slow-mo, Gerard. You're going to get a look at it here with the cable cam that's going through the stretch here. And, boy, this is really something else. We know we talked to Vance Cameron a little earlier this week to try to nail down this race because we like the calls on it, and Peter actually found it. What a finish here. This got to make you proud as a secretary, as a classifier.
Yeah, that's what I mean, Lee, when I say, you don't get tied up in this was a special horse, this was a special horse. As a race secretary, you're trying to get a race exactly like that. And when you see that horse was last and, got up to win the race.
Great shots there too, Lee, of a lot of Cape Bretoners. Premier King is there as well. And really, just a great race during Old Home Week, and really shows Gerard's talent in putting that class together.
Thanks for the stories in the virtual tack room. Here's another.
So we just wanted to actually show that clip because it gives give you a good example of what Gerard thinks about going into every race car that he goes into. We have a long highlight reel that you could choose from, Peter, but we took that one because it just gives you the real snapshot of what a race secretary goes with.
Absolutely, and he explained that during the virtual tack room interview, just about what it goes in to putting a card together and all the help he gets in the race office from Kathy and Tara as well. And he told a funny story, I'll wrap it up here quickly, about going to Summerside. First of all, he was a great athlete, grew up in Fort Augustus, went to Summerside, and in the middle of a hockey game in Summerside, his first job, the guy came in to interview him for Summerside Intermediate School. He got the job, met Laster Chapel at the school, and the rest is history.
That's right. That's how it all rolls out. So there's many great highlights. But anyway, want to say congratulations. It was a great clip to be able to play tonight in that virtual tack room, one of our favorite shows that we've done. And congratulations to you, Gerard. And a little later on in the program tonight, it'll be race number 14 on a special rate. Race day continues in just 2 minutes as we greet the horses in the opener.
Tonight's first race, a division of the PEI Colt Stakes for 3-year-old filly Pacers, grassroots divisions, one of them girls, number 1. Owned by Walter Chevry and Douglas Olton. Walter is the trainer-driver. 2 Roses for Jenny, owned by Alan McDonald of East Biddeford, trained and driven by Jason Hughes. 3 is Stone Beach Lily, owned by Trish Hardy of Windsor, Nova Scotia, trained by Todd Hardy. Redmond Doucette drives. 4 is Scratch. 5, Who's Your Father, owned by Deborah Rankin of Dutchbrook, Nova Scotia, trained by Larry Snow. Mark Campbell. 6 is T.L.'s Betty, owned by Jeffrey Campbell of Dudique, Nova Scotia, trained by Melissa Rennie. Adam Murner drives. 4 minutes wagering time on the opener. This is Race Day Live. The oldest standard-bred stakes race in Canada, the PEI Colt Stakes, celebrates its 88th anniversary this year as we start the second half of our doubleheader Saturday. We will also feature past champions. Lee Drake and Peter McPhee pick up the action next.
Okay, so out on the track we go here for the opener tonight, Peter, and we're getting set for the PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies, grassroots division, 6,900. They're going for on track here. Roses for Jenny for Alan McDonald of East Biddeford is the owner. Jason Hughes training and driving it tonight, and actually very impressive. Push the victory tonight could push her bank account over 10,000 to actually 12,653. Very impressive.
She's done well at this level before. If you go down her lines there during the Gold Cup week, you can see 13th Lennoxshire Stake B right off the wings for Jason, and right down the road 57-1 closed out in a nice 28-3, won by 2 and change, and then came right back on the 19th in the grassroots Lady Slipper, and again similar strategy right on the point and right down the road to win 57-2, 29-1 on the end of it. So she's in a good spot here tonight. I think Jason will have her up hand of the action. They got a big shot from post 2 at 2-1.
Now Roses for Jenny by Peng Shui has a half-sister sired by Hilarious Halo in the Atlantic Classic sale, selling as hip number 10. Rosie All Over, consigned by Heather and Melvin Gamester. And the Atlantic Classic sale will take place on October 7th at Crapo Exhibition Grounds. Start time is 2 o'clock. You can watch and register to bid online by visiting liveauctions.tv. And the online catalog, track it links, sale updates, outs list, pictures, and all that video at peiharnessracing.ca. And by the way, keep in mind, the sale catalogs are now in the Charlottetown Race Office. Okay, there's a look at 7-1 shot right now. This is the 3, Stone Beach Lily, getting set to go here for Redmond Doucette, along with Trish Hardy of Windsor, Nova Scotia, Peter, and trained by Todd Hardy. Removes goggles, adds blinkers here, and the equipment change as they're getting set to go tonight. 8 for 13 in top threes, and 5 of them were for second, so that's where you have her tonight.
Yeah, and again, you look at her lines. You mentioned second place. That's where she has been the last 4 times. And I like the one back here in Charlottetown on the 13th in the B, where she left 2, she tracked all the way, and then she reached up at the very end, second by a neck to kind of like royalty. She raced great, and she stormed home in 28 flat to finish second, 56-4. Since then, she's been in Charlottetown a couple of times, again getting the deuce in both of those races, and then back to Northside last time out where she was second, 2-2 and 3 for Ryan Campbell. So back on the island, and Red Doucette's going to drive. She's been second 4 straight times. Like you said, we'll put her there again tonight.
There's a look at Peter McPhee's early pick 4. He's working a 3 in race 2, a 2 in race 3. He's going 3 in race 4 and a 2 in race 5. That's a bit of a sequence there. You have 3, 2, 3, 2.
Yeah. Maybe that's easy for people who are watching to remember tonight.
I think so.
Yeah, 3 in race 2 to kick it off on the pick 4 tonight. Then heading to the 2, 3, and 2 again. And that's the early pick 4 here with a minute to go before race number 1.
So we still have time to go here before the opener, and a few other connections in here. PI Colt Stakes at 3-year-old fillies in the grassroots here. Number 1, one of them girls by Pang Shui has a half-sister sired by Dali, and the Atlantic Classic yearling sale is hip number 38, Nowhere Special, consigned by Walter Chivary. We talked about Roses for Jenny, and also in there, scratch for tonight, but Red Dirt Hotshot by Pang Shui was a gelded half-brother sired by Malicious in the Atlantic Classic sale, hip number 33. Red Dirt Rodeo, consigned by Lowell Balderson. So getting set to go here. There's a look at Who's Your Father on the screen from post 5, and taking the money here, 4 to 5, Pete.
Well, and again, Mark Campbell's going to do the driving. He's had a good afternoon. He's been on a nice run of late, has Mark. And this horse against the Atlantic Sire Stakes A's at Northside, I think that's the line that jumps out there. 2 back, left from 3. You can see rallied late, closed out in 30 to finish 4th, but only beaten a length and 3/4. And look who that was against. Booyah, Tobin's Diva, Cougar, and a Tear. 3 of the best fillies in the Maritime. So that's good news for this horse. And Campbell driving as well. They're the favorites at 3 to 5.
Yeah, we just got to look at the 6 there. TL's Betty as well. Adam Murner driving for Melissa Rennie. They're having a good run and very consistent. You put out and most money made within this group, but draws outside. So we'll see how they do here tonight. So broadcasting live from the world headquarters at Redshores.ca and in-house monitors Channel 2, FM 98.5. Scotty McKendrick at the wheel of the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, and they're in the hands of starter Jeff McDonald. Post time for the opener. Here's Vance Cameron.
One of them girls, Roses for Jenny, Stone Beach Lily. Who's Your Father? TL's Betty, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing, One of Them Girls, and Roses for Jenny are the first 2 out. Stone Beach Lily 3rd into the turn to get away 4th. Who's Your Father? And then the trailer. That's TL's Betty. As they arrive at the 8th pole, One of Them Girls along the rail leads the leader. From the outside 2nd, that's Roses for Jenny. Racing back into 3rd is Stone Beach Lily. 4th, Who's Your Father? And trailing 5th, that is TL's Betty. So Roses for Jenny now takes over the lead for the Blue Knight Ewes. 2nd is One of Them Girls racing from 3rd. That's Stone Beach Lily. Around the turn 4th, Who's Your Father? Off stride at the back. TL's Betty is on the run, 29 seconds flat the opening quarter. Roses for Jenny down the stretch she comes, en route to the opening half mile. One of Them Girls races from 2nd. 3rd is Stone Beach Lily. She's coming to the outside. Racing 4th and moving out, Who's Your Father? And the trailer in the backfield, TL's Betty. On by the opening half mile, led by Roses for Jenny. 58 and 3 was the half. Midway round the paddock turn, going to the 5/8. Roses for Jenny leads. From the outside, Stone Beach Lily is 2nd. 3rd at the rail. One of Them Girls, Who's Your Father? Is there 4th, and the trailer, TL's Betty, 3/4 next as a team up front. Here's Stone Beach Lily now to take over the lead. Roses for Jenny could not hold her off. Who's Your Father comes up to take over 3rd. One of Them Girls 4th, the 3/4 in 1. 28 and 1 with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Roses for Jenny battles on back at the rail. 2nd on the outside, Stone Beach Lily. Who's Your Father? Way wide, deep. stretch, now to the wire next. Stone Beach Lily for Redmond Doucette in the PEI Colt Stakes. Second, Who's Your Father? Roses for Jenny. Third, 158 flat.
Okay, here's a look at the Universal Media slow-mo for you in the opener here tonight. PEI Colt Stakes, Peter, 3-year-old fillies. And it was Stone Beach Lily and Redmond Doucette getting up here to get it, but they made that first up attack move on the way to the half.
Yeah, great race for her. She had finished second 4 times in a row, but I like to start back in the 13th in the B there. Second by a neck, 56-4, closed out 28. That line really hopped off the page for me. I talked about it in the pre-race, and Red drove her great. Jason cut it here, 29, 58, and 3. Red first up with Stone Beach Lily. Backside 128 and 1. And yeah, she's full of pace here on the end of this. Getting there in the end for Red Doucette, Stone Beach Lily. 158 flat. Have been knocking on the door. Finally burst through here tonight in race number 1. Gets it done at Red Shores in Charlottetown. We'll see Red Doucette and Stone Beach Lily in the winner's circle next.
The longest shot on the tote board pays a visit to the winner's circle in tonight's opener, Stone Beach Lily. Bay pacing filly 3 by Stonebridge Terror off the Force of Life dam. Meet Me at the Beach, owned by Trish Hardy of Windsor, Nova Scotia. The filly bred by Todd and Trish Hardy. Todd is the trainer. Redmond Doucette guides her to a new record of 158 flat. Stone Beach Lily in a PEI Colt Stakes upset. Trackside cooler presentation.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the official results from the first race, one of them girls 4th, Roses for Jenny 3rd. Stone Beach Lily, the race winner. Red Dirt Hotshot was scratched. Who's Your Father was 2nd. TL's Betty finished 5th. Fractions went 29, 58, and 3. 128 and 1, and the mile 158. In review, it's 4-3-1, scratch 2-5. Stone Beach Lily at $20 to win. Exactor $67.90, Triactor $93.50, and the Superfactor was $58.50.
Okay, 6 to go before race number 2. Horses on the track in just a moment. Friendly reminder about the Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend. It's coming up soon, October 7th, 8th, and 9th. For complete listings of presenting sponsors and complete schedule of events, go to Redshores.ca. Like I said, coming up soon, Atlantic Breeders' Crown Weekend, October 7th, 8th, and 9th.
The 3-year-old Colt Pacers on the second race parade. Number 1, Tobin's Rollin', owned by Maura Kerr of Greenfield, Nova Scotia. Mike McGuigan, training and driving. 2, What's Up, Doc, owned by John McClellan of Mabou, Nova Scotia. Miles Heffernan Jr. trains with Miles Sr. driving. Hamac Augustus 3, owned by Hamac Farms Limited of Brookfield, trained by Earl Watts, David Dowling. 4, Barry Bench, owned by Dan McIsaac of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenault. I Hear Thunder 5, Robbie Chappell of Summerside, the owner, trainer, and driver. Big Time Brawler 6, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick. Dr. Downey's the driver. The trainer is Ellen Stevenson. 4 minutes wagering time on the second. This is the start of the early pick 4 with a low 15% takeout.
Okay, 4 to go here before race number 2 tonight. Colt Stakes, 3-year-old Colts, the Grassroots in here tonight. Exacta 20-cent Super, the Tribe. 20-cent pick 4 as well, win, place, and show. Don't forget about tagging your tickets, $25 jackpot for the on-track players as we land on the 3 here. Hamac Augustus for Hamac Farms of Brookfield. Earl Watts is the trainer, and David Downey's going to do the driving. This guy has been rolling of late. You can see the last couple have been in Red Shores and Summerside. September 5th, the last time out. Left 4 was a winner, 56-2, closed out 29-4. And then again, Summerside on August the 30th, left from 3. First up, a winner by a neck, 57-2, closed out 28-3. He's won 4 of his last 5. Like I said, he does have the 4 wins this year, 55-4, the quickest here in Charlottetown. He's the favorite, leaving from post 3. Dowling will drive 3 to 5. Three to go here before race number 2. And I was just talking to a great race fan, Harris Johnson, and he was telling me he was here at the track the day the Queen was here in 1959, and the track record was broken twice that day by Mighty Lee. So again, Harris, thank you for coming by and telling me that story. Very, very interesting that Harris was here to see it that day in 1959. Thanks for sharing that, Harris. As we work on the second, race number 2, here is the 1, Tobin's Rollin' for Maura Kerr of Greenfield. Mike McGuigan trains. Mike's going to do the driving as well. If you shoot down the lines here, you can see on August the 16th, non-winners of 1 left off the rail, was second, just beaten half a length. 57-4, closed out 29-1. Real nice effort. And then you can see the one above that, non-winners of 1 made a break, recovered, and won. 2 minutes 4 fifths, closed out 29-1. Good spot to work from here. The price is right. 9 to 1. under a minute to go before the second here. PEI Colt Stakes 3-year-old colts, the Grassroots here, going for a nice first, 65.50 here. Barry Bench, the 3-year-old, by Better Than Cheddar. Dan McIsaac owns, Kenny Arsenault trains. Kenny's going to do the driving as well, and you can see this guy's not the safest play on the page, but he does have the speed here. That line 2 back, Joe O'Brien, Grassroots, August the 20th, left from 6, was third, charted 56, and closed out in 27 and 4. So like I said, he does have the step. If you go down a little bit further, you can see that this guy can close. He closed back 28 and 2 on July the 23rd as well. Finished second, plays first on that day with a closer of 28 and 2. So if Kenny can keep his mind on business, I think he can be part of this. Barry Bench, 6-1.
Cole McLaren, Bruce Wood, Fonzie McCachran, and Maura Kerr. You're all needed at the race office, please.
Okay, there's the call to post here for race number 2. Quick look at the board before we go. Tobin's rolling for McGuigan on the rail, now down to 6-1. What's up, Doc, for Heffernan? Now at 8-1 as the board just flicked. Howmack Augustus still a heavy favorite, 1-5. Dowling, Barry Bench for Kenny Arsenault, 7-1. Big Time Brawler there for Mitch Downey on the screen. They're 9-1, and I Hear Thunder for Robert Chappell at 12-1. They'll lead from post 5. That's the field. Good luck with your picks here in race number 2. Also want to mention just before we go here, Big Time Brawler we mentioned in this race has a gelded half-brother sired by Roll With It Harry in the Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale, selling as Hip 44, Dr. Ted, consigned by Dr. Mitchell Downey. Getting set for race number 2 from Redshores in Charlottetown tonight as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the call.
Tobin's rolling. What's up, Doc? Howmack Augustus, Barry Bench, I Hear Thunder, Big Time Brawler. Half a dozen noses moving up to the starting gate. A division of the PEI Colt Stakes for 3-year-old Colt Pacers. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Offside at the rail. Tobin's rolling on the run into the turn. What's Up, Doc is going to the lead. Big Time Brawler is second. The third one to the turn is Howmack Augustus. I Hear Thunder goes fourth. Racing from fifth is Tobin's rolling, and off stride goes Barry's Bench. So they're scattered here in the early going. What's Up, Doc for Miles Sr., the leader to the quarter. Big Time Brawler is there second. Howmack Augustus are racing third, and popping the 2-hole. Big Time Brawler's underway. May have an old-fashioned brouhaha here. Up front, it's What's Up, Doc, the leader. 30 seconds flat the quarter. Back to the pylon, second. Big Time Brawler, third on the turn. Howmack Augustus, I Hear Thunder fourth. Tobin's Roland has fifth, and the trailer, That is Barry Bench. Off the turn, they straighten down the stretch. They have the half mile in their sights. On the point, What's Up Doc is the leader. Here comes How Mac Augustus now, quickly driving up on the outside, and he'll clear the lead at the half for Dowling. Racing second, What's Up Doc, Big Time Brawler third. Fourth outside, Tobin Rowland. Fifth up the rail, I Hear Thunder. And the trailer, that is Barry Bench. 1 minute 4 was the half. By the 5/8 they go, led by How Mac Augustus. What's Up Doc is second, to the outside third, Big Time Brawler. Moving up fourth is Tobin Rowland. I Hear Thunder fifth. Off stride at the back. That's Barry Bench, 3/4 up next. And on the lead, How Mac Augustus gets him by that station. What's Up Doc is second, 3/4 in 1:30 and 3. They round the turn, approaching the 7/8. How Mac Augustus turning home. What's Up Doc coming to the outside. Third in at the rail as they head down the home stretch, led by How Mac Augustus. Second is What's Up Doc. Tobin's rolling third. On the wire, How Mac Augustus for David Dowling in the PEI Colt Stakes. What's Up Doc was second. Tobin's rolling third. 1:59 and 1.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 2 from Redshores in Charlottetown tonight. PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old colts, the grassroots. They went for 65.50 tonight, and we said in the pre-race this guy had been rolling. He had won 2 in a row at Redshores Summerside. Made the move to Charlottetown and was patient here off the wings tonight. Was How Mac Augustus and Dowling. As What's Up Doc took them 2 splits of 30. 1 minute 4, that's when David made his move. He cleared up past the half, and he rolled down the backside. 1:30 and 3, and here he is now in deep stretch, taking just a little bit of heat from What's Up Doc, but David knows he's got it in hand here at the wire. 1:59 and 1 for How Mac Augustus as he makes it 3 in a row. Makes the move to Charlottetown and gets it done. 1:59 and 1. What's Up Doc raced well in for second. Tobin's rolling, recovers from the break. Third, 3-2-1 in the second at Redshores.
How Mac Augustus arriving at the second race winner's circle by pacing gelding 3 by Articulator from the Jeremy's Jet Dam Murrayfield. He is a homebred of How Mac Farms Limited of Brookfield, trained by Earl Watts and driven to victory by David Dowling. Cole picks up his 5th lifetime victory tonight, 1:59 and 1. How Mac Augustus in the PEI Colt Stakes.
This race replay is brought to you by Windermere Farms. The top tier of Atlantic Canadian stallions have their hooves planted firmly at Windermere Farms in Springvale, PEI. When breeding an Atlantic Canadian champion, look no further than Malicious, Legion of Honor, Source of Pride, and Somewhere Fancy. Go to windermerefarmspei.weebly.com for more information.
Now the official results from the second. Tobin's rolling third. What's Up Doc second. Hamac Augusta's the winner. Barry Bench 6. I Hear Thunder 4th. Big Time Brawler was 5th. 30, 1 minute 4. 130 and 3. And the mile 159 and 1. In review, 3-2-1, 6-4-5. Hamac Augustus 230 to win. Exactor $6. Triactor 1930. Superfecta 1686. And the early daily double $23.
Okay, 6 away from race number 3 tonight at Red Shores in Charlottetown. And there's a look at the Atlantic Invitational Series. Road to the Atlantic Invitational Premier's Cup. And yeah, last night was the Conroe Memorial in Truro. And what a great race it was. Twin B Tough Enough and Gilles Barrio getting the job done, setting a new track record in Truro of 150-4, just edging out, no plan intended last night, in a great horse race. So again, that's been a great series all season long, the Atlantic Invitational Series. And you can see the next one coming up is the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial. That happens on October 1st. And then Atlantic Invitational Premier's Cup, the finale on Breeders' Crown Weekend, October the 9th.
Three-year-old filly pacers for the third race post parade. Heather's Pet 1 is owned and trained by Neil Bamberg of Charlottetown. Tonight, Corey McPherson drives. Checkers Pride number 2, owned by Marcia Knox, Kyla McDonald of Stanhope, trained by Jeff Holmes, David Dowling. MD's Girl 3, owned by Gordon, David, and Douglas Neal with Keith Ford. Keith Ford is the trainer. Mark Campbell drives. 4, Windermere Mia Grace, owned by Boys Will Be Boys 2 of Charlottetown, trained by Melissa Rennie, Adam Murner. 5 is Elm Grove Quest, owned by Norman Legier from Shediac and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick, trained by Alan Jones. Kenny Murphy drives. Woodmere Maria 6 is owned by Debbie Francis, Roseanne Langell, Wayne McCrae, and Fonzie McCachran. Paul Langell trains and drives. 4 minutes wagering time on the 3rd. The 2022 Atlantic Classic sale catalogs are now available at the CDP race office. They will also be available in Summerside race office for the Monday race card. It's PEI Colt Stakes weekend on Prince Edward Island as Race Day Live continues next.
It's horse racing season in Cape Breton. Inverness Raceway and Northside Downs offer racing all summer long. Feel the thrill of the horses thundering down the track, the fastest 2 minutes in sports. Free admission, free parking, great family fun. Northside Downs races every Saturday at 1 p.m. Inverness races Sundays and Wednesdays throughout the season. Can't get to the track? Winners Circle in Sydney has North America's best racing 7 days a week. See you at the races.
Okay, 3 to go here before race number 3 tonight. PEI Gold Stakes 3-year-old fillies, the Grassroots, $6,900 on the line here tonight. Exacta 20-cent super, the try as well. Win, place, and show. Tag your ticket with the Wild Horses. $25 jackpot. David Dowling looking to go back-to-back here tonight. He's got Checkers Pride for Marcia Knox and Kyle McDonald. They share the ownership. Jeff Holmes trains. David's going to do the driving, and last time out, they got it done. Fillies and Mares 601s there. Left from 2, got front, and were winners by a nose. 57-3, closed out 29-2. Was a nice win over Outrageous Spirit and Pleasing Pink on that day. So back into race tonight against the 3-year-old fillies. David to do the driving on the inside with Checkers Pride, 3-2. Here's the next door neighbor, MD's Girl, here tonight for Gordon and David and Douglas Lee, Neil and Keith Ford. They all share the ownership. Keith does the training as well. Mark Campbell tonight, and you can see Mark gets along well with MD's Girl. 2 back there, left 4, tracked, and then got up to win 58-2, closed out 29-3, and then August 4th as well. That non-winners of 1 shot to the front was a winner for Adam Murner, 58-3, closed out 29-4. I think he's in a pretty good spot here tonight. Mark back in the bike. MD's Girl, 2-1. Under 2 to go here before race number 3. And again, I want to remind folks about the Atlantic Classic sale, October the 7th in Crapo at the Exhibition Grounds, 2 p.m. start. And I want to tell you about Windermere Mia Grace. Has a half-sister sired by Articulator in the Atlantic Classic yearling sale, selling his hip 105. Windermere Eveline, consigned by Windermere Farms. And then also Elm Grove Quest, post 5 here in this race, has a half-brother sired by Arthur Blue Chip in the Atlantic Classic yearling sale, selling his hip 94. Elm Grove Sailor, that's consigned by Elm Grove Farms. As we look at the 6 here, this is Woodmere Maria today for Debbie Francis. Roseanne Langell and Wayne McCrae, Fonzie McCachran, they all share the ownership. Paul Langell trains. Paul's going to do the driving as well. This horse has been sharp. Charlottetown in the Grassroots. Lady Slipper back on the 19th, left from 2, tracked all the way, in for a good second to Roses for Jenny, 57-2, closed 29. And then went to Truro last time, left 6, and was flying on the end of it, 29-3 to get up and score in Truro, 159-2. So in racing well, gets the 6th hole this time back in Charlottetown. And we'll see what they can do. But we're going to pick this horse for 3rd here tonight. Woodmere Maria, 7-1. Just to follow up a little bit on Woodmere Maria, has a gelded full brother in the Atlantic Classic yearling sale, selling his hip 99, Woodmere Laddie, and that's consigned by Woodmere Farms. Okay, quick look at the board before we go here. Heather's Pet for Corey McPherson on the rail, 6-1 tonight. Checkers Pride and Dowling at 4-5. Dowling looking to go back-to-back. MD's Girl for Mark Campbell are 5-2. Windermere Mia Grace, there's a shot of Windermere Mia Grace Murner tonight. They're 4-1 here right now. Elm Grove Quest for Kenny Murphy at 10-1, and Woodmere Maria for Langell. Now, as the board flicks, 7-2. So we're getting close. Good luck with your picks here in race number 3. Getting set for race number 3 from Redshores in Charlottetown tonight as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the race call.
Heather's Pet, Checkers Pride, MD's Girl, Windermere Mia Grace, Elm Grove Quest, Woodmere Maria. 3-year-old filly Pacers in the PEI Colt Stakes on the gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Heather's Pet at the rails leaving out. Elm Grove Quest coming from the outside. Between horses, MD's Girl is third to the turn. Windermere Mia Grace fourth. Checkers Pride is fifth. And on the outside, the trailer, Woodmere Maria. So they arrive at the 8th, and Elm Grove Quest on the outside is taking over the lead. Second is Heather's Pet, now in third. MD's Girl back into fourth. Windermere Mia Grace. Checkers Pride has fifth, and the trailer, that is Woodmere Maria. At the opening quarter mile, led by Elm Grove Quest in line to Kenny Murphy. Racing from second, that's Heather's Pet. Around the turn, third is MD's Girl. The quarter was 28-3. Racing from fourth is Windermere Mia Grace. Checkers Pride has fifth. She eyes the outside. And the trailer is Woodmere Maria. Down the stretch they come. In front of us for the first time around, led by Elm Grove Quest. Here's MD's Girl rushing up on the outside to take over the lead for Mark Campbell. Heather's Pet now third. Fourth is Windermere Mia Grace. There goes Checkers Pride to the outside fifth. Trailing sixth, Woodmere Maria. 58-2 over to the half mile, down to 3/8 to go. MD's Girl, the leader, en route to 3/4. Second is Elm Grove Quest. There goes Heather's Pet. Moving up third, Checkers Pride fourth. Woodmere Maria's coming fifth, and now trailing. That's Windermere Mia Grace. They arrive at 3/4. MD's Girl, the leader. Heather's Pet, the challenger. Third up the rail is Elm Grove Quest. Woodmere Maria is there, coming fourth on the outside. 3/4 up in one. 27-4, headed on home. MD's Girl, the leader. Heather's Pet is the challenger. Woodmere Maria on the far outside. Deep stretch. Now, MD's Girl. Woodmere Maria outside might have got there first. With MD's Girl and Heather's Pet. 1:57.4.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 3 from Red Shores in Charlottetown. It's going to be a good one, brought to you by Universal Media. PI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old fillies. The Grassroots, they went for 6,900 tonight. And, yeah, good race here tonight. as Mark cleared up with MD's Girl, 28-3, 58-2. They were the leaders. They swung for the backside, 127-1. Corey pops out of the 3-hole. He tries to take on MD's Girl, and then they are starting to swing for home. And look who's winding up in the back. Yeah, that's the 6. Woodmere Maria, we talked about her, raced well here 2 back at Charlottetown. Was a winner in Truro in her last start. And yeah, she winds up from the back and is flying on the end of it for Langell here. I think they're going to reach up and maybe get there in the end. 3 on the inside. Corey in the middle with the 1, Heather's Pet. But here comes Langell on the 6. Woodmere Maria striking late at the very end. Yeah, going to reach up and get there for Langell. 157-4. Good horse race in the 3rd at Red Shores.
In the win photo, it's 6, Woodmere Maria, and she's arriving at the 3rd race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Filly 3 by Roll With It Harry from the Mach 3 Dam, St. Lads Morgan. Home by Debbie Francis, Roseanne Langell, Wayne McCrae, and Fonzie McCachran. The filly bred by Woodmere Farms of Marshfield. She's trained and driven to victory by Paul Langell, and she paces to a new race win record of 157-4. Woodmere Maria in the PEI Colt Stakes.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome an opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and in the U.S. We also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email sd.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Now the official results in the 3rd. Heather's Pat 3rd, Checkers Pride 6, MD's Girl was 2nd, Windermere Mia Grace 5th, Elm Grove Quest 4th, Woodmere Maria the race winner, 28-3, 58-2, 127-4, and the mile 157-4. In review, 362, 541. Woodmere Maria paid $750. The exactor 46.40, triactor 114.70, and the superfactor was 139.41.
Okay, welcome back to the top of the park at the HPI broadcast desk. I'm your host, Peter McPhee, tonight as we work on race number 4. It's been a great card so far tonight, and we're on race number 4. It's part of a 15-pack here in Charlottetown tonight. I want to tell you about HPI players across the country who played Red Shores Charlottetown during Gold Cup week received 3% cash back in their accounts. HPI PEI players also qualified for a chance to win that $500 account bonus at the end of the week, and Red Shores and HPI would like to say congratulations to Greg McDonald of Summerside, who won the $500 account bonus for playing Red Shores during Gold Cup week through HPIBet.com.
On the 4th race parade, number 1, Woodmere Gaelic over the Next Generation Stable Stratford, Kenny Arsenault training and driving. 2, Payline is owned and trained by Roderick Gillis from Florence, Nova Scotia, Redmond Doucette. 3, Silver Spirit, owned and trained by Devin Wallace Bloomfield, Kenny Murphy. 4, Gascoigne Rocks, owned by Murray McDonald of Belfast, trained by Wade Story, Jules Burial. 5 is out, 6, Salisbrook Ripper, owned by Miles Heffernan of Montague, trained by Kenneth Wilkie, Greg Bailey drives. Down to 5 minutes wagering time on race number 4. Proud to spotlight some past champions on the PEI Colt Stakes weekend. Peter McPhee and Lee Drake are coming up next on race day.
Okay, 4 to go here before race number 4. And like Van said, we're saluting some past champions of PEI Colt Stakes weekend. And Firms Phantom is one of the most memorable stakes performers of recent years, winning 28 consecutive stake races at 2 and 3 and over $133,000 in earnings. And this photo is co-owner Joe Kennedy. He receives a PEI Colt Stakes plaque from PEI Minister responsible for harness racing, Mitch Murphy, and Colt Stakes manager Norman Hall. One of the all-time greats, Firms Phantom. Okay, 3 to go here before race number 4. PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old Colts, the grassroots, $65.50 the purse here tonight. Silver Spirit for Devin Wallace of Bloomfield. Devin trains Kenny Murphy in the bike tonight. This guy's been sharp. Look at his lines from Red Shore Summerside. 3 back, August the 24th. Got the job done. Red Shore Summerside right to the point. A winner for Kenny Murphy, 57 and 4, closed 30 and 1. Then Summerside 901s finished second, a bang up second to Halmac Maximus, 57 and 3, 30 and 1 on the end of it again. And then Summerside 3 to 5, left off the rail, pointed out and just collared laid. Beaten 2 by Halmac Augustus, 56 and 4, closed out 30 and 2. Like I said, he's been razor sharp. Makes the move to Charlottetown. Kenny in the bike, 9 to 5. Here's the 1, Woodmere Gaelic for Next Generation Stable of Stratford. Kenny Arsenault is the trainer. Kenny Arsenault is going to do the driving as well tonight. And you can see this guy, last time out, left 8, finished 5th on the edges, 2 minutes to 5th. Did close out 28 and 4. And then if you slide down one start, Joe O'Brien Grassroots here on the 20th. Left 2, tracked most of the way 3rd. 56 and 4, did close out in 30. Elm Grove, Quigley, JJ Tommy, they were 1-2. Woodmere Gaelic 3rd on that day. He does have a win here from 13 starts this year, 59 and 2 here in Charlottetown. Good spot here tonight. Kenny got him on the rail, 5 to 2. Also want to mention about Woodmere Gaelic, he has a half-sister sired by Arthur Blue Chip in the Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale, selling as hip number 111, Woodmere Bretta. That's consigned by Woodmere Farms, and that's in the Atlantic Classic Sale coming up on October the 7th at the Exhibition Grounds in Crapo. Start time, 2 p.m. So we're under a minute to go here before the fourth, and we saw a shot of Gascoigne Rocks there. That guy was racing in Summerside back on July the 24th, left from 2-4th, started 59, closed out 29-1, and then he had the outside posts in the last four. So it's a better spot to work from here tonight. Joe Barrio will drive Gascoigne Rocks at 7-2, and you see a shot of Salzburg Ripper there for Greg Bailey. They'll slide in a spot here tonight due to the scratch of the 5. Salzburg Ripper leaving from post 6, but like we said, we'll slide in on the gate 1 spot tonight. You see a shot of Payline there tonight for Red Doucette. Red already has a win on the card, and Payline's at 3-1 here as we get close. Also, Payline has a half-sister sired by McWickett in the Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale, selling as hip number 76, Treasures Teresha, consigned by the Charlotte Ranch. And again, the Classic Sale, Lily Classic Sale, coming up on October the 7th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds. Also, want to mention one more, Starship Zodiac, who is scratched out tonight, does have a half-sister sired by Arthur Bluechip in the Atlantic Classic Yearling Sale, selling his hip number 92, Starship Mika. And that's consigned by Jamie Whelan, an agent for Claude Poirier. Getting set for race number 4 from Redshores in Charlottetown tonight as the horses swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the race call.
Woodmere Gaelic, Payline, Silver Spirit, Gascoigne Rocks, and Salzbrook Ripper. Scratch down to a field of 5 in this division of the PEI Colt Stakes. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Silver Spirit leaving out. Woodmere Gaelic along the rail. Third to the turn is Payline. To get away, 4th, Gascoigne Rocks. And the early trailer, that's Salzbrook Ripper. They arrive at the 8th, and from the outside, Silver Spirit onto the lead for Kenny Murphy. Woodmere Gaelic is now second, away third. That's Payline. Racing from 4th is Gascoigne Rocks, and trailing the field 5th, that is Salzbrook Ripper. They're over to the opening quarter mile, and on the lead, it's Silver Spirit, the fraction setter. Woodmere Gaelic got away with a 2-hole ride in mid-pack third. That's Payline. 4th is Gascoigne Rocks, and the trailer, that's Salzbrook Ripper, 28 and 4. The opening quarter, Silver Spirit coming off the turn and straightening down the stretch towards the half mile with the lead. Woodmere Gaelic goes second. Payline continues third. Racing from 4th is Gascoigne Rocks, and Salzbrook Ripper is 5th. Positions are unchanged at the midway point. The 2-length leader, Silver Spirit, over to the opening half mile in 59 seconds flat. Woodmere Gaelic is second. Around the turn, third, Payline. Fourth is Gascoigne Rocks. And the trailer fifth, Salisbrook Ripper. They're on the back stretch for the final time. They go to three-quarters, chasing Silver Spirit. Woodmere Gaelic continues second. Payline coming to the outside third. Gascoigne Rocks is fourth. And trailing the field, Salisbrook Ripper. Three-quarters in the books. Silver Spirit got him there in 1:29.1. Woodmere Gaelic is second. Payline third. Gascoigne Rocks fourth. They're homeward bound. Silver Spirit trying to close it out. Woodmere Gaelic on the outside second. Payline up the rail third. On the wire, Silver Spirit and Kenny Murphy in the PEI Colt Stakes. Might have been Payline second. Woodmere Gaelic third. 1:57.1.
Okay, here's the slow-mo brought to you by Universal Media for race number 4 tonight at Red Shores in Charlottetown. PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old colts, the grassroots. They went for 65.50. We talked about how good he was in Summerside. Silver Spirit, he was a winner, 3 back on the point for Kenny, 57-4, closed out 30-1. Well, the tactics were the same tonight. Shot him off the gate here, and he cut it the entire way. 28-4. He tripped the opening split, and he was the leader tonight. 59 past the half for Kenny. Still Silver Spirit sitting there. Woodmere Gaelic was second. Payline third. Backside 1:29.1. Still Silver Spirit. And down the stretch they come here now. Yeah, the lean back from Kenny. He knows he's got it in hand deep in the stretch, and they're home and a winner. 1:57.1 gate to wire score for Silver Spirit here tonight. Makes the move to Charlottetown, and it's a winning one for Kenny Murphy. Second, looks like Payline gets up to nip Woodmere Gaelic. No doubt about the winner. Silver Spirit in the fourth at Red Shores.
Silver Spirit arriving at the fourth race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding 3 by Veradero Hanover from the Estrellas Dam, paid in silver. Owned by Devin Wallace of Bloomfield. Devin does the training and is also the breeder on the colt. Kenny Murphy's in the driver's seat to guide him to a new pacing record of 1:57.1. That's Silver Spirit in the PEI Colt Stakes.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the official results from the fourth race. Woodmere Gaelic third. Payline was second. Silver Spirit the winner. Gascoigne Rocks fourth. Starship Zodiac was scratched. Salzbrook Ripper finished 5th, 28-4, 59. 129-1, and the mile 157-1. From the top, 3-2-1, 4 scratch 5. Silver Spirit 430, Exactor 1260, Triactor 2480, and the Superfecta was 346.
Okay, 7 to go here before race number 5, Gary Shack Smith Memorial. We'll see the trackside presentation after race number 5. Nice write-up in the program tonight about Gary as well, so if you have a chance, please read that as well. You see the horses coming out here. I'm going 2-3-6 in here. I like JK's Pilot for Corey McPherson, Tradition for part of it. And I'm going to put the 6 in, Rolling Doubles for Gilles Barrio. Classifier underneath at 2-3-5. You can see the horses heading out. They're on the track in just a moment.
The 5th race is the Gary Shack Smith Memorial. There'll be a trackside presentation. On parade, number 1, the Legend Hanover, owned by Josh McDonald, Mark McDonald, Jamie Whalen, and Aaron Carver. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. 2 is JK's Pilot, owned by Hardcore Racing of Belfast, trained by Jeff Holmes, Corey McPherson. 3, Tradition, owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel and Laurie Hennessy of Charlottetown, trained by Gordy Hennessy, Adam Murner driving. 4 is Scratch, 5, George's Credit, owned and trained by Philip Kelly of North Wiltshire, Stephen Shepard driving. Rolling Double 6, owned by Everett Hansen of Majorville and Donald Stevenson of Fredericton, New Brunswick, Gilles Barrio trains and drives. 7, Bonita's Sunshine, owned by Boyd White of Charlottetown, trained by Cliff Murphy, Kenny Murphy up. 8, The Fox, owned by Glenna Jordan and Carol Hines of Stratford, trained by Brendan Curran, Kenny Arsenault's in the sulky. There's 5 minutes wagering time on race number 5, and Peter, you and I are going to come up with our selections in the first of 2 super high fives on this Saturday night of PEI Colt Stakes weekend. We thank Results Advertising and Marketing for their presentation of the Vance Cam. And in the 5th, I'm headed to the 2, JK's Pilot, off a solid 4th place finish, coming off the pace, coming home 28 flat, pacing 55. And 2, he's got that inside post. He's been 7, 6, and 8 his last 3 starts, so he's going to like the 2 spot tonight on the gate. Going to go to number 1, the Legend Hanover. He's got back-to-back wins, 57-1, 59-2 over at St. John last weekend. I like him for second. Going to go to 3, Tradition. Adam Murner back in the bike. They get along well together. For 4th, I like the 5, George's Credit. Had a bang-up trip his last outing for Stephen Shepard. He retains the drive tonight. And to close out the super high five, I'm going to use the 6 rolling doubles for burial. From the booth, 21356. Peter, your choices.
I'm with you, Vance, on the same strategy on the 2 JK's Pilot. Inside tonight, I think that's key. Corey's in the bike, so we're going to put him on top. I do like the 3 Tradition. Like you said, Adam gets along well with this horse, and they usually finish up pretty strong, so I'll put him in the 2 spot tonight. Going to put Rolling Doubles in for 3rd. I think he's going to race a little better here tonight. He gets a little bit of a better spot on the wings, too, due to the scratch of the 4. And then I'll go with the 1 and the 5, Vance. So I think the same numbers, 2, 3, 6, 1, 5, just a little bit of a different order here. So, again, good luck to Vance, and you'll see our selections here on race number 5, the Super High 5 ticket. Okay, under 3 to go here before race number 5, Gary Shack Smith Memorial. We'll see the trackside presentation, and like I mentioned, a very nice write-up about Gary Shack Smith in tonight's program. So again, if you have a chance to see the program, please read the article as well. As we land on the 3 Tradition here for Giselle Bernard of Bethel, Laurie Hennessy of Charlottetown, Gordy Hennessy trains, Adam Murner does the driving, and like we said, Vance and I both think this guy's going to rebound a little bit here tonight. Adam gets along well with him. You can see if you go down the lines there, they were winners back on August 6th, left from 3, stormed home 28 and 2 to win in 55 and 1, and then came right back on the 12th of August, left 4, finished 3rd. Again, coming home at 28 and 1, charted 57 and 1. So he's in a good spot here tonight. I think the price is right, and we're going to include him at 10 to 1. You can see our drive for charity is coming back in 2022. This is the holiday edition. We have 10 drivers, 10 businesses, 10 charities, one great event. It's coming soon. Details on the way in just a little bit. And here's the 6 rolling doubles tonight. Forever Dancing and Donald Stevenson, they share the ownership. Gilles Barrio trains. Gilles going to do the driving as well. 3 down on the lines there. You can see 16th at winners 1 to 2. He left from 3, was interfered with a little bit, was able to overcome that, and then was a winner by 8 and change, 57 and 2. Closed out 29 and 1. The last couple have been at the 3 to 5 level. He was 5th, 2 back, beaten 2 and change, 57 and 3, and then 6th last time out. Charted 56, closed in 29. He'll move in a little bit here tonight, rolling doubles, and he's serving up 5 to 2 with a minute to go before race number 5. Okay, let's take a look at the board before we go here. Want you in on the action. We've had some nice payouts along the way. The legend Hanover, Mike McGuigan, they're on the rail at 5 to 1. JK's Pilot and Corey McPherson taking most of the money 1 to 5. 9 to 1 on Tradition. And Murner, the 5 George's Credit is 11 to 1. Rolling doubles and Barrio taking some action at 5 to 1. And then Bonita Sunshine and the Fox on the outside 7-8 here tonight. So getting close. Good luck with your picks here in race number 5. Getting set for race number 5 from Red Shores in Charlottetown as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Back upstairs to Vance Cameron for the call.
The Legend Hanover, JK's Pilot, Tradition, George's Credit, Rolling Doubles, Bonita's Sunshine, and the Fox. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Time to remember, Shaq. Rough and pacing the Legend Hanover along the rail, leaving out alongside his JK's Pilot, third into the turn, Tradition. George's Credit's away fourth, Rolling Doubles on the outside fifth. Then sixth, Bonita's Sunshine, and the trailer is the Fox. So they're on the backstretch, the Legend Hanover from Mike McGuigan, the leader. JK's Pilot now second, racing from third, Tradition. George's Credit has fourth. That's Rolling Doubles fifth. Then in sixth, Bonita's Sunshine. Trailing the field seventh, that is the Fox. On by the opening station, the Legend Hanover controls 28 and 1 opened it up. A solid beginning. Racing second is JK's Pilot. Tradition around the turn third. George's Credit goes fourth. Then in fifth, it's Rolling Doubles. Sixth one, that is Bonita's Sunshine, and trailing the field as they move towards that opening half mile, that is the Fox. They're halfway home, led by the Legend Hanover. JK's Pilot second. First up on the outside to take over third. Rolling Doubles underway, 58 and 1.5. Following on the outside fourth, Bonita's Sunshine. On the cones fifth, that is Tradition. George's Credit outside sixth, trailing seventh, the Fox. On the backstretch for time two, the leader, the Legend Hanover. The challenger, Rolling Doubles, is matching strides here on the outside. Third towards the rail, JK's Pilot. He has nowhere to go. Bonita's Sunshine on the outside fourth. George's Credit now fifth. The three-quarters, 1:28 as they go to the 7/8. Rolling Doubles has taken over and leads by 2. Bonita's Sunshine on the outside. The Legend Hanover towards the rail. Coming on the outside fourth. George's Credit. Tradition way wide, but it's Rolling Doubles and Gilles Barrio on the line. Second, that's JK's Pilot. We're going to need a show photo. Mile in a 1:57 and 1.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 5 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight. Gary Shack Smith Memorial. We'll see the trackside presentation early on. The Legend Hanover won at the front, 28 and 1, and he got there, tripping the opening split in 28 and 1. Like we said, JK's Pilot was sitting 2. They raced the half. 58 and 1. Gilles decides to go first with Rolling Doubles backside 128, and he does get past the Legend Hanover, and they swing for home. It was the winning move by Barrio, and you can see here now they're trying to track him down late, but they're not going to catch him in the end. 157 and 1. Corey freed up and got to the passing lane late, but couldn't get there in the end. JK's Pilot a good second. Tradition was flying on the end of it. Not sure if he got third. We'll see what happens here, but the 6 Rolling Doubles wins the 5th at Red Shores.
Rolling doubles arriving at the fifth race winner's circle. Bay Pacing gelding 3 by Roll with Joe from the Keystone Raider Dam. Bill Maher Scooter, owned by Everett Hansen of Majorville and Donald Stevenson of Fredericton, New Brunswick. Trained and driven to victory by Jill's Burial. And the colt pacing to a new race win record this night, 157-1. Rolling doubles in the fifth down at trackside. The Gary Shack Smith Memorial Cooler presentation. Here's the official results in race 5. The Legend Hanover 6, JK's Pilot second. Tradition was third. Luigi Bizzacco scratched. George's Credit fourth. Roland Doubles the race winner. Bonita's Sunshine fifth. The Fox was seventh. 28-1, 58-1, 128, and the mile 157-1. In review, 6-2-3, scratch 4-1, 5-7. Roland doubles paid $15.40. The exactor $32. Triactor was $87.20, and the super high five at $306.16.
So 7 to go before race number 6 tonight, and we slide in the picks here. I'm heading to the 2, Candy Apple Red here for Corey McPherson. I do like the 7 for part of it as well, J.J. Lindadale Spence tonight. And the 6, Crimson and Clover, serving up 12-1 right now. Kenny Arsenal on Crimson and Clover tonight. So 276 classifier matching underneath at 276 as well, 7 away from race number 6 at Red Shores.
There's a look at the show photo for you on race number 5 tonight from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Yeah, that was tradition. Flying late there to get pick up third for Adam Murner.
Nice color photo.
The sixth race on the track for the parade, number 1, is Starship's Alicia. Owned by Claude Poirier, trained by Earl Watts. David Dowling drives. 2 is Candy Apple Red, owned by Inner Rush Stable of Kensington, trained by Eddie Doucette, Corey McPherson. 3 is One Hot Penelope, owned by Walter Sims of Summerside and Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook, trained by Wade Story, Jills Barrio. Red Dirt Love and Life, number 4, owned by Should Have Been on a Beach Stable of Charlottetown, trained by Curry White. Adam Murner catch drives. 5, The General's Pride, owned by Andrea Renison of Truro, Nicholas Fleming of Halifax, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, Redmond Doucette. Crimson and Clover 6, owned by Morris Cody of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Kenny Arsenal. 7 is J.J. Linda, owned by Joe Baxter of Falmouth. Matthew Williams of Newport Station, Nova Scotia, trained by Joe Baxter, Dale Spence driving. 4 minutes wagering time on the 6th. Ladies and gentlemen, Red Shores and the harness racing community would like to recognize members of our industry and loyal customers who passed away recently. We send our deepest condolences to their families of the late Pat Murphy, the late Chris Smith, the late Skip Thompson, the late George Garnham, and the late Laurie Anir. I ask you to please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, Peter, as we get ready to go for race number 6 tonight, there is a picture of Pat Murphy, the late Pat Murphy. Saturday, August 27th, our harness racing community was shocked and saddened to hear of his sudden passing, and he was well known, as you know, respected and loved member of industry, and he held a record right here in Charlottetown with Kindle Classic trotter in 1992 here at the CDP.
Yeah, he loved horse racing. He certainly did, Pat. And as you said, he had a lot of horses over the years, loved being around the track. And it was a really, really nice touch at the Memorial Horseshoe at Redshores and Summerside as well. So we're going to miss him. He was a guy who certainly loved the game, was certainly involved. And our thoughts and prayers go out to his family. That's
right. It was a nice, touching tribute to him in Summerside back on Monday. And along with Cameron Trail as well with that Memorial Horseshoe. Okay, getting set to go here in race number 6 tonight. It's the on-track players now getting ready for the pick 5. It has to be in before the start of this. PI Colt Stakes 3-year-old fillies, the grassroots, $6,900. Candy Apple Red on your screen right now. Corey McPherson driving for trainer Eddie Doucette tonight. And the Inner Rush Stable out of Kensington, raised in Upper Stewiacke, Nova Scotia, qualified back on May 23rd and has competed at 5 different tracks this season. Just a great season.
Yeah, again, I think the start 4 down is the one that I kind of like off the lines. Atlantic Sire Stake B there, August The 13th left from 2. Corey put her right on the point, and she was just collared at the very end by Cutter Loose. Raced well to Candy Apple Red, 59-1, closed out in 29-1. And you can see the start the last time out there at EPR, non-winners of 2. She was second on that day, 2-1-2, closed out in 30-2, and she was started in 56-1, 3 down. So I think she's going to be up hand to the action. She's got a shot here tonight. Candy Apple Red and Corey at 4-5.
All right, great shot there of J.J. Linda scoring down from post 7 here tonight, coming in at 5-1. Dale Spence driving for Joe Baxter, who co-owns with Matthew Williams in Newport Station, Nova Scotia. Great performance from post 7 at Summerside, and she can throw a closing quarter in 28 and change, Pete.
Yeah, I like that line, as you mentioned, in Summerside on August the 30th, left from 7. You can say came first up there, was on the outside, and still battled, finished second, 58-2, and like you mentioned, snappy on the end of it, 28-4 to get the deuce. And prior to that, in the grassroots here in Charlottetown, again, she didn't have an easy trip, but rallied in 28-4 to finish 4th, and was charted in 56-3 on that day. So again, she's on the outside here, but she can close at the end of the mile. So if Dale has her close at the top of the lane, they could make some noise before it's over.
There's a next door is Crimson and Clover lining up on the gate here tonight. Kenny Arsenault training and driving for Morris Cody of Charlottetown. They've had some great horses over the years. Daughter of Shadow Play, who could also get a big piece of this, Peter, of this $6,900 purse.
Well, this is another horse that can really close. And again, I know she's working again from the outside, and it won't be easy from out here, but you go down her lines. She's pretty consistent on the end of the miles. You can see 29-1. 29-1, 29 flat, and 29-1. So again, another situation. If Kenny can keep her close and they're swinging for home here, I think she's got a shot of maybe sweeping some horses late here and picking up maybe second or third in the triactor. Who knows? She might even win it. And the price lead is 13-1.
So we see the Metro Home Building Center starting gates rolling into position here for the 6th. Let's take an opportunity to tie in some of these great performers into the Atlantic Classic yearling sale coming up on Friday of Thanksgiving weekend. The post 1 starter, Starship Alicia by Pang Shui, has a half-sister sired by Arthur Blue Chip in the Atlantic Classic yearling sale, selling at hip number 45. Starship Beauty, consigned by Jamie Whalen, agent for Claude Poirier. The 4, Red Dirt Love and Life by DePeo Case, as a half-sister sired by Hilarious Halo in the Atlantic Classic yearling sale, Peter, selling at 58, hip number 58. Red Dirt Majesty, consigned by Lowell Balderson.
Yeah, number 5, before we go here quickly, the General's Pride. So as a Pride is a half-brother sired by Malicious in the Atlantic Classic yearling sale, selling his hip number 2, Halmac General, consigned by Halmac Farms.
So the sale books are out. They're in the Charlottetown race office now. They'll be in the race office on Monday. Take note of that Monday night program as we start in the Monday nights in Summerside. Post time there at 6 o'clock, but you can get them at the race office there as well. So we'll have a few more to talk about coming up on race 8 and on race number 13 tonight. So
sale just around the corner, Lee. Breeders' Crown weekend.
Hard to believe. I mean, we just get through the big signature weeks in July and August, and now, of course, we're coming into the Atlantic Breeders' Crown weekend. Metro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling for the 6th. Back upstairs to the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Starship Alicia, Candy Apple Red, One Hot Penelope, Red Dirt Love and Life, The General's Pride, Crimson and Clover, J.J. Linda. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough and pacing Red Dirt Love and Life and Candy Apple Red are the first 2 out. J.J. Linda comes from the outside third. Starship Alicia is off stride at the rail into the turn. One Hot Penelope takes over 4th, now in 5th. As they race on around the turn, the General's Pride. Away 6, Crimson and Clover, and on the run at the back is Starship Alicia. So up the backstretch for the first time, led by Candy Apple Red. In line to Corey McPherson. Here comes Spence, right lining J.J. Linda. Quickly, she rushes up from the outside, set to take over, off at 29 2/4. J.J. Linda now leading for Dale Spence. Second is Candy Apple Red. Around the turn third, Red Dirt Love and Life. One Hot Penelope fourth. Then in fifth, the General's Pride, Crimson and Clover sixth, and the trailer, that is Starship Alicia. They arrive at the opening half mile led by J.J. Linda. Racing second, that's Candy Apple Red. Third belongs to Red Dirt Love and Life. Then in fourth, it's One Hot Penelope. 58 seconds flat for a half a mile as they move round the paddock turn, arriving at 5/8, led by J.J. Linda. Candy Apple Red is second, Red Dirt Love and Life third. Fourth along the inside is One Hot Penelope. On the outside, the General's Pride fifth. Back into sixth, Crimson and Clover. Trailing seventh, Starship Alicia. 3/4, that goes to J.J. Linda in 1:27 and 2. They're on the turn for the second and final time. 1/8 of a mile out. J.J. Linda to bring them home. Candy Apple Red second. The General's Pride on the outside third. Red Dirt Love and Life fourth. Down the stretch they come. J.J. Linda almost there. Candy Apple Red on the outside. J.J. Linda for Dale Spence in the PEI Colt Stakes. Candy Apple Red was second. Red Dirt Love and Life third. 1:57.2.
Okay, here's a look at the Universal Media Slow-Mo, Peter, in race number 6. And it was J.J. Linda had to work it from the outside, as you said, in the pre-race here tonight. But Dale Spence made that early move here tonight, and that made it count.
Yeah, it was the winning move here tonight. Corey shot off the gate with Candy Apple Red. Had an early lead to 29-2. Dale was sitting in the 3-hole, wanted no part of it. Pops out and around Candy Apple Red, 58. Past the half, and they're going to lead the rest of the way, 1:27.2. Still Dale as they trip the 3/4 and they turn for home. They're going to decide it late here. 7 has the lead. J.J. Linda. Corey angles back out with Candy Apple Red taking one last shot at the very end, but can't quite get there as the 7 hangs on to win. 1:57.2. The winner, J.J. Linda. Candy Apple Red second. Red Dirt Love and Life third. The 7 wins it here. J.J. Linda and Spence in the 6th at Red Shores.
Here comes J.J. Linda to the 6-race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Philly 3 by Tobago Cays off the Artiscape Dam, Canico Quickset. Home by Joe Baxter of Falmouth and Matthew Williams of Newport Station, Nova Scotia. The filly bred by Jamie McKinley. She's trained by Joe Baxter, driven to victory by Dale Spence, and she'll pace to a new race win record tonight, 1:57.2. J.J. Linda in the PEI Colt Stakes. Here's the official results now in the sixth race. Starship's Alicia 7th, Candy Apple Red 2nd, One Hot Penelope 5th, Red Dirt Love and Life 3rd, The General's Pride 4th, Crimson and Clover was 6th, J.J. Linda, the race winner, 29-2, 58, 127-2, and the mile 157-2. From the top, it's 725, 34, 61. J.J. Linda paid 11.20. The exactor 1950, triactor 68.20, and the superfecta was 58.85.
Okay, there's a look at some of the pays there for you on race number 6, and the next, the Atlantic Age Pacing Mares presented by Standard Canada is on the way next. Hey, the addition that you want to get and add to it is the Atlantic Post Calls. It's right out now. Of course, it has all the features of the big week with Old Home Week, with the Gold Cup and Saucer, Peter, and it's going to be great to have. Managing editor is Fred McDonald, and Gail McDonald, of course, they put it together, and some great posts as well, contributors from Dr. Don Ling, Kurt Hughes, Rocky Skierman, Shannon Sugar Doyle, and others.
Yes, I've read the edition. I already have it at home. Great job by everyone during Old Home Week. And again, kudos to everyone involved at the Atlantic Post Calls. As we're going to slide in the picks here for race number 7, and you mentioned it, Atlantic Age Pacing Mares presented by Standardbred Canada. I'm going to head to the 2, Dream Fair Zen Fire in here, looking to bounce back from the effort in St. John. She likes to race on PEI. Like the 1 as part of this as well, Ace 44 Dome on the inside, going to get a great trip. And I'll put the 5 in for 3rd, Tobin's Brownie. So I'm at 2-1-5. Classifier likes the 2 and 1 as well, but the 8 for 3rd here tonight. Horses on the track next.
The 7th race is the Atlantic Age Pacing Mares Series presented by Standardbred Canada. Ace 44 Dome, number 1, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained and driven by Jason Hughes. 2 is Dream Fair Zenfire, owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod from Surrey. Mark Campbell trains and drives. 3, JM Sports Fan, owned by John Burt, Morris McCabe, Harold Shepard, and Wayne McPherson. Trained by Harold Shepard, Stephen Shepard driving. Debbie Elliman of Village Green, the owner. Colin Johnson, the trainer. Adam Murner does the driving. 4, Ladylike. 5 is Tobin's Brownie, owned by Brittany Watts, Sandra Weeks, and Errol Burgoyne of Springvale. David Dowling trains and drives. 6, Vines to Heaven, owned by Aidan Farish, Ian McDonald, Clarissa Maher and Andrea Renison, trained by George Renison, Redmond Doucette. You Bet I'm a Good One, number 7. Oma Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, Mark Gallant, and Knox Pavlatos, trained by George Renison, Dale Spence. Number 8, Share the Moment, owned by Arnold Myers, Luke Beck, Scott Bridges, and the A1 Stable. Beaufort Trains, Gilles Barrio driving. 4 minutes wagering time on tonight's 7th race. Back to the broadcast desk for Peter McPhee and Lee Drake and the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Well, that's right, Vance. Let's take you through the card here. It's an action-packed card here tonight. We'll start on race number 1, of course, back in PI Colt Stakes action with 3-year-old fillies and the Grassroots. And we'll have a look at it here as we bring it up on your screen. And boy, the sunshine was out then. There's a look at the 3 Stone Beach Lily, sent off at 9-1 odds here. Came first up for Redmond Doucette here tonight, and gets it done and gets it in the opener and stops the clock and is snappy 158 flat. The 3-5-2-1 Super paid $58.50 to get it rolling, Pete.
Yeah, race number 2 tonight. Again, PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old Colts, the Grassroots in here tonight. How Mac Augustus had won 2 in a row. He made the trek to Charlottetown. First up move through 30 seconds, 1 minute 4, 1:30 and 3. And yeah, he's going to get it done again, 1:59 and 1. He scores here for David Dowling tonight. 3 in a row for How Mac Augustus, $2.30, $6 exactor, $19.30 the try.
Okay, over to race number 3 we go. The PEI Colt Stakes continue with the fillies going for 6,900. And there was a lot of action earlier on between Heather's Pet and MD's Girl, but it's going to be the 6. It's coming in flying late here. Sent off at 5-2 odds. 157 and 4, a fast closer. Woodmere Maria for Paul Langell here in 157 and 4, 114.70 for the Triactor, 139.40 for the Superfecta.
Race number 4, Silver Spirit had been racing great in Summerside. He made the trek to Charlottetown, put on the point, led at every call, 28 and 4, 59, 129 and 1, 157 and 1 right down the highway for Kenny Murphy tonight. Silver Spirit wins at Payline second, Woodmere Gaelic third. It's 3-2-1 the try in race number 4.
And over to race number 5, it was the Gary Shack Smith Memorial. Great write-up in the program tonight. If you missed that, make sure you get a chance to look at it. Rolling doubles, and Gilles Barrio came first up on that first-up attack there. Gets the second win of the campaign here. Stops the clock in 157 and 1. Fast closer there on the end of it as well. But it was rolling doubles to get it done here. And a nice pay for that super high 5, guys. $306.16.
Race number 6, we just saw it here. PEI Colt Stakes, 3-year-old fillies, the Grassroots here tonight. First up move out of the 3-hole for Dale Spence. It paid off. 29 and 2, 58, 127 and 2. Here they are in deep stretch. They're going to fend off Candy Apple Red and get it done. 157 and 2. JJ Linda and Dale Spence score in race number 6 tonight. 11:20 on the nose, 1950, 68:20 the try. That's the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. Okay, a minute to go here before race number 7. Dream Fair Zanfire here for Ryan and Evan McLeod of Surrey. Mark Campbell trains. Mark's going to do the driving as well. Was at EPR in St. John, left from 5, finished 5th, 2 minutes. So again, looking to bounce back off of that one, but likes to race in Charlottetown. You can see going down the lines here. Had a great old home week, August 20th. Birthplace of Confederation. Got to the point that day. A winner, 53 and 2, closed out 27 and 1. And the one prior to that, again, as part of the Birthplace of Confederation series, left 5, finished second, 54 and 2, closed out in 28. Back at home to race tonight. Leaves from post 2. Mark Campbell to drive, 8-5. Okay, and here's the one tonight. Ace 44 dome for Donnie McRae, Vernon Bridge, Jason Hughes, trains and drives. She's been excellent since arriving on the island. You go back to that start on the 13th, left off the rail, was a winner right from the hop, all the way 54 and 1, 28 on the end of it, and then race great 2 back there. Again, left 2 was put on the engine and was second, just beaten in the end by Better Be in Love. 53 and 4 closed out in 28 seconds flat. She's in a great spot here tonight. I think the Blue Knight will be protecting the cones. Big shot for Ace 44 Dome, 7-2. And if you don't want to play the favorites, how about Tobin's Brownie here tonight? Brittany Watts, Sandra Weeks, Sarah Burgoyne, they all share the ownership. David Dowling is the trainer, and he's going to drive again tonight. Tobin's Brownie's been good, 9 for 18 this year, does have 4 wins. The quickest 53 and 3 here in Charlottetown. You can see the start. Birthplace Confederation Series left 4 and was put on the point. A winner there, 53 and 3, closed 28 and 4, and then raced really well. Gold Cup night from post 8, came first up, third, 54 and 1, closed out 27 and 3. So again, leaving from post 5, Dowling to drive. The price is right, and Tobin's Brownie 6-1. Getting set for race number 7 from Redshores in Charlottetown as the horse is swinging behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance Cameron, should be a good one. Up to you for the call.
You know it's going to be, Mr. McPhee, as they line up here, full field of 8. The best age-pacing mares on Canada's East Coast, and they're Ace 44 Dome, Dreamfair Zenfire, JM Sports Fan, Ladylike, Tobin's Brownie, Vines to Heaven, You Bet I'm a Good One, Share the Moment, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Ace 44 Dome, the first one out. Second is Dreamfair Zenfire. Then third is JM Sports Fan, way wide. Coming fourth, that's Share the Moment. Now fifth is Ladylike. In sixth, Tobin's Brownie. Then racing from seventh, that is Vines to Heaven. And trailing the field in the early going is You Bet I'm a Good One. They're in straight alignment as they race the backstretch for the first time. It's Ace 44 Dome for the Blue Knight. Jason Hughes, quarter pole leading. Tucked away for the 2-hole ride is Dreamfair Zenfire, racing from third. JM Sports Fan, the quarters up in 28 and 4. Racing fourth around the turn. They straighten down the stretch. That is Share the Moment. Ladylike has fifth. Then in sixth, Tobin's Brownie. Pacing seventh is Vines to Heaven. And the trailer, that's You Bet I'm a Good One. They arrive at the midway point. Ace 44 Dome will get them halfway home. Dreamfair Zenfire is second. First up, there is Share the Moment moving third. 57 and 4 was the half mile. Moving around the turn on by the 5/8 they go, led by Ace 44 Dome. Dreamfair Zenfire second. Share the Moment advancing third. Racing fourth and moving up on the outside is Ladylike. In at the rail fifth, JM Sports Fan. Now in sixth, that's Tobin's Brownie. Then it's Vines to Heaven and You Bet I'm a Good One. 3/4 up in 1. 26 and 2. They move over to the 7/8 next. Ace 44 Dome had not seen a challenger. Now she's homeward bound. Here comes Dreamfair Zenfire to the outside. JM Sports Fan is third. Tobin's Brownie closing up. To the wire they come next. Dreamfair Zenfire on the outside. In at the rail, Ace 44 Dome right with her. It's picture time. The mile 1:54 and a 1.
Okay, here's the slow-mo coming up for race number 7, Atlantic Age Pacing Mares, presented by Standardbred Canada. Wow, it was close. It played out like I thought it would. Ace 44 Dome got to control it right from the hop for Hughes. We said he'd protect the cones. He did. 28 and 4. He's the leader past the opening split. Dreamfair, Zenfire, the dreamy trip in the 2-hole, 57 and 4. They rock past the half backside, 126 and 2. Still Jason there with Ace 44 Dome. Mark angles out, and he's going to take a shot here late with Dream Fair Zenfire, and they're going to decide it. Yeah, Jason still with the lead here. Mark coming late with Dream Fair Zenfire. It is tight. We're not sure who's got it here yet, but they're going to decide it deep in the lane. Jason off the fractions, 28-4, 57-4, 126-2. Mark reaching at the very end here, and we're going to see who gets it. Mark still strong on the wire here. Jason trying to hang on. This is a great shot from UMI here. And you can see the two. Looks like she's going to leap forward here at the end and stick her nose out. Yeah, I think she's going to get there in the end. Yes, there it is from UMI. Great shot in the end at the 2. Dream Fair Zenfire, 154-1.
Dream Fair Zenfire. She wins the photo finish, and she arrives at the 7th race winner's circle. Bay facing mare 6 by Sunfire Blue Chip. From the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam, Dream Fair Zenyatta. Owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey. Trained and driven to victory by Mark Campbell. An excellent trip of 154-1. She'll have her own closing quarter in 27 and change. Dream Fair Zenfire in the Atlantic Age Pacing Mares Series. Here's the official results now in the 7th race. Ace 44 Dome was second. Dream Fair Zenfire the winner. JM Sports Fan 4th. Lady Like was 5th. Tobin's Brownie 3rd. Vines to Heaven was 8th. You Bet I'm a Good One 7th. Share the Moment was 6th. They went 28-4, 57-4, 126-2, and the mile time 154-1. From the top, 214, 538, 76. Dream Fair Zenfire paid $470. The Exactor $720, Triactor $30.50, Superfecta $10.63.
there's the win photo in race number 7 tonight. That's how tight it was between Dream Fares and Fire and Ace 44 Dome, as the one cut it all the way, and Mark angled out late and just got there in the end with Dream Fares and Fire to win race number 7. And welcome back to the HBI Broadcast Desk. In the top of the park, I'm your host, Peter McPhee, as we work on race number 8 tonight. We've had some great racing and lots more to go here tonight at Red Shores. Also want to tell you about Red Hot Trivia. Red Hot Trivia, Red Shores Summerside. Saturdays in the West End Bar and Grill. The evening is hosted by Will and Tony every Saturday at 8:30 for Red Hot Trivia. Complete details at Redshores.ca as we slide in the picks here for race number 8. I'm heading to the 5. That's Fern Hill Gusto. I do like the 4 as well, Fern Hill General. And I'm going to put the 6 in tonight, Elm Grove Quickly for third. So what, 5-4-6, classifier at 5-4-2, 6 to go here before race number 8.
The 8th race, a gold division of the PEI Colt Stakes. On parade, check your source number 1, owned by Jamie Whalen of Vernon Bridge and Glenn Dunn of Somerville. Mike McGuigan trains and drives. Woodmere Denver 2, owned by Jeff Skinner and Bob Skinner and Daniel Hiltz. Trained by Danny Romo, Jason Hughes. Sold Assassin 3 is owned by Windermere Farms, Hollis Newson and Roger Burns, trained by Earl Watts, David Dowling. Fernhill General 4 is owned by Peter Smith of Stratford and Gerald Morrissey of Charlottetown, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee. Fernhill Gusto 5, owned by Greyland Farm, Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia, Mark Campbell trains and drives. Elm Grove Quigley 6, owned by Harry Pasquiata of Sydney and Larry Snow of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia. Larry does the training. Jill's Burial. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 8. Mondays in Summerside. Post time is 6 p.m. You can also wager from home through HBIBet.com. Peter has a past champion next.
Well, thank you very much, Vince. And yeah, this guy's been one of the best to ever race in the Maritimes. We all remember Woodmere Steel Deal, one of the most impressive stakes careers in maritime history, was fashioned by Woodmere Steel Deal, a 2-time PEI Colt Stakes winner, bred by Woodmere Farms and trained by Danny Romo, owned in the partnership by Dory, Samara, Brundle, and McDonald. Woodmere Steel Deal went 13 for 13 at 2 for primary driver Mark Campbell with a 154-1 record at 2, and then 152-1 at 3 with earnings over $160,000. What a great career he had. What a great horse he was to watch. Woodmere Steel Deal. Okay, 2 to go here before race number 8. PI Colt Stakes, the 3-year-old Colts. It's the gold. Nice purse tonight, $13,100. Fern Hill Gusto for Greyland Farm of Gulf Shore, Nova Scotia. Mark Campbell trains. Mark is going to do the driving as well tonight. He was sharp last time out here. He faced the overnights, 1551s, which is a good group here on the island. Left off the rail, and really, he dominated from start to finish. Was a winner by 6 and change. 54-4, closed out in 27-3. Got it done for a real nice win. Prior to that, Atlantic Sire Stakes on the 15th, he was 6th, 55-1, closed out 28-4. And then at Northside, prior to that, left 2 on that day, went to the front and was a winner, 56, closed out 28-1. He's had a real nice year, 14 starts, 7 wins, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. The record is 53-3 in Truro. Fern Hill Gusto, 4-5. Here's another guy, Fern Hill General for Peter Smith and Gerald Morrissey. They share the ownership. Tom Weatherby trains. Brody McPhee's going to do the driving. This guy took on the Preferred Twos last weekend, and again, he raced very well. Left off the rail, cut it most of the way, just collared in the stretch by Navalny and Moonrider, a couple of real nice overnight horses. They were 1-2. Fern Hill General third. Just beating a length and change, 28-2 on the end of it, charted 55-4, and he was up against the Preferred Twos back on August the 20th, and again he raced well. Third, just beating 2 and change to Moonrider, 54, closed out 28-4. He was a winner of the Barry McIsaac earlier this year at EPR in St. John at 57-2, and he closed out on St. John in 29-1. 4 wins from 13 starts. Brody's got him back tonight. Fern Hill General, 8-5. We're under a minute to go here before race number 8. Want you in on the action. We've had some nice payouts along the way. Hi to all our HPI players watching out there, and hi to all the fans watching at Redshores.ca. Hope you're having a great night and enjoying the races from Red Shores. Elm Grove Quigley is on the screen here for Lawrence Snow is the trainer. Gilles Barrio is going to do the driving here tonight. He was a winner last time at Northside in an overnight. He went right down the road, 159. And then again, Joe O'Brien Grassroots off the rail. He was a winner, 54-3, closed out 28-2. Moves to the outside. Gilles Barrio to drive. Elm Grove Quigley, now down to 5-1. Saw a shot of Soul Assassin there. Want to mention Soul Assassin by Malicious has a half-brother sired by Arthur Blue Chip in the Atlantic Classic yearling sale, selling as hip number 29 Soul Crusher, consigned by Delicard. And that's coming up in the Atlantic Classic sale. That's happening on Friday, October the 7th. At the Crapo Exhibition Grounds. The sale starts at 2 p.m. You can watch and register to bid online by visiting liveauctions.tv. The online catalog, track it links, sales updates, outlists, pictures, and videos are all available at peiharnessracing.ca and atlanticclassic.com. Getting set for race number 8 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. One more time to Vance Cameron for the call.
Check your source. Woodmere, Denver. Soul Assassin, Fernhill General. Fernhill Gusto. Elm Grove Quigley. Top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. The rough end facing Fernhill General is firing out. Check your source along the rail. Joining them on the outside, that's Fernhill Gusto third. Fourth one as they move round the turn is Woodmere Denver. Then Soul Assassin trailing the field. Elm Grove Quigley, they're on the backstretch going to the quarter. A little to it, not it. Add it and to it on the front end early. Here comes Fernhill General for Brody McPhee to clear the lead. Then in second is Check Your Source. Back into third. That's Fernhill Gusto. They're rolling right along here. Racing fourth is Woodmere Denver. Now in fifth towards the rail, Soul Assassin. Trailing the field, Elm Grove Quigley. They are rolling. Boom! Just like that. 27 and 2 opened it up. Down the stretch they come. We've got movement up front. Here comes Fernhill Gusto to challenge Fernhill General at the opening half mile. Third is Check Your Source. Then Woodmere Denver fourth. Soul Assassin fifth. Trailing the field, Elm Grove Quigley. 56 seconds flat was the half mile. Fernhill General leading at 5-8. Taking a seat second on the turn. Fernhill Gusto back to the outside he goes. Here comes Woodmere Denver to take over third. Check Your Source fourth. On the outside, Soul Assassin. Then the trailer, Elm Grove Quigley. They're bridle to bridle here by the 3/4. Fernhill General. Fernhill Gusto as a team. 3/4 in 1. 25 and 3. Homeward bound they come. Fernhill Gusto on the outside with a head in front. Fernhill General second. Soul Assassin coming late on the far outside. Here's the line. Soul Assassin gets it all for Dowling. Fernhill Gusto second. Fernhill General third. 1:55.3.
What a horse race this was here tonight. PA Colt Stakes, 3-year-old Colts the gold. They went for $13,100. What a race it was here tonight. Fernhill General demanded the lead. Early, snappy, 27 and 2. He was over there. So who takes a shot but Fernhill Gusto? He can't get by the 4 early on here. Tucks back in, 56.5. They roll to the backside, and out he comes again as Fernhill Gusto, and he hooks up with Fernhill General, 125 and 3. Looks like they're going to decide it down the stretch. But yeah, look who's flying on the end of it. Soul Assassin. He watched the battle up front twice, took advantage of it, and is flying on the end of it here. Tons of pace is Soul Assassin, and he's going to nail the two that were fighting it out early on. Getting there in the end for David Dowling, 155 and 3. Soul Assassin comes late and gets it all in the PEI Colt Stakes.
Here comes the longest shot on the toe board, right into the CDP winner's circle. Soul Assassin, bay pacing gelding 3 by Malicious from the Cam Luck Dam Mystic Eyes, owned by Windermere Farms, Hollis Newson and Roger Burns. Colt bred by Greg McKenzie. Earl Watts has the training double. David Dowling has the driving double. Both of them PEI Colt Stakes. Soul Assassin has a new pacing record of 155 and 3. Soul Assassin doubles up Dowling and Watts in the PEI Colt Stakes. Now the official results here in the 8th race. Check Your Source was 6. Woodmere Denver 4th. Soul Assassin the race winner. Fernhill General 3rd. Fernhill Gusto 2nd. Elm Grove Quigley was 5th. They went 27 and 2, 56. 125 and 3. And the mile 155 and 3. From the top it's 641. 325. Soul Assassin $22 to win. The exactor $117. The triactor was $298. The superfecta $75.25.
And it's last call for your 50-50 tickets. I've been told over 800 to the winner right now. So last call for 50-50 tickets tonight at Redshores. Welcome back to the top of the park at the HBI broadcast desk. I'm your host, Peter McPhee. What a race in race number 8. That was Soul Assassin getting up late for Dowling and paying a nice ticket to win and triggering some nice payouts as well in race number 8. We'll get to the picks in race number 9. I want to tell you about social media platforms. Follow Redshores' official social media platforms on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. You can get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, restaurants, casinos, gaming floors, and any new announcements from a Redshores official platforms as we slide in the picks here for race number 9 tonight. And I'm going to head to the 2. YS Matthews. He was issued the parking ticket last time, paid the price, finished at the back. So the good news is he's inside here tonight. Mark Campbell will drive, put him on top. I do like the 1, Marino Hanover, Jason Hughes. And again, Mark and Jason battled earlier on. It could set up to be a similar race this time. We'll see what happens. I do like the 6 in here for Dowling for 3rd at 216. Dowling on GA speed. Sammy classifier underneath at 125. 6 away from the 9th at Redshores.
Ninth race on the track, sponsored by Red Shores. Marito Hanover 1, owned by Perry Burke of Gros Isle, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hicken, Jason Hughes driving. YS Mathis 2, owned by Brady Doyle from Kimberley, Nova Scotia, and Jacinta Campbell of Charlottetown. Mark Campbell trains and drives. Melanie's Magic 3 is owned by Sandra Stead of Montague, trained by Saul Lanigan. Tonight, Kenny Murphy. Smart Official 4, owned by Peter Lanigan and Sandra Stead of Montague, trained by Saul Lanigan, Jules Burial. 5, Blue Monk, owned by Mary Jean Noy of Clyde River. Denise Andrew from Calgary, Alberta, trained by Jay Noy. Brody McPhee drives. 6 is GA Speed Sammy, owned by Debbie Elliman of Village Green, trained by Colin Johnson, David Dowling. Sports Royalty 7, owned by Beth and Wendy McCrae of Belfast. Wendy is the trainer, Kenny Arsenault. Just Call Me Doc, number 8, owned by Gordon and Douglas Neal, Keith Ford, and Ben Matheson. Keith is the trainer and the driver. 3 minutes wagering time on the ninth race. This is Race Day live from Red Shores, Atlantic Canada's entertainment destination.
And we want to tell folks about the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial. And it's great to have a race named after Richard, who was a great harness racing fan. And that's part of the Atlantic Invitational Series. And that'll be coming up on Saturday, October the 1st. The Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial, part of the Atlantic Invitational Series. And it will happen, like I said, on Saturday, October the 1st. Great to have this race named in Richard's honor, the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial. Okay, 2 to go here before race number 9 tonight. Good-looking group here. And this is YS Mathis on the screen here for Brady Doyle and Jacinta Campbell. They share the ownership. Mark Campbell trains. Mark's going to do the driving as well. Last time out, 18:01s, left from 7, came first up, had the parking ticket, ended up 8th, 56-3, closed out 29-4. Prior to that was part of the Gold Cup Series on the 19th here, left from 7, finished 8th, 52-3, closed out 28-3. So 18:01s, moves to the inside. Mark Campbell drives 4-5 and YS Mathis. Here's the one, Marito Hanover tonight for Perry Burke of Gros Isle, Quebec. Trevor Hicken trains Jason Hughes to do the driving. Slide down the lines here, 21:05s in Charlottetown. It's a good group. July 30th, left from 2, put on the point, and was a winner for Jason. 154-2, closed out in a snappy 27-4. You can see last time out at the Gauguin in St. John made a break, took himself out of it. But prior to that, had raced Charlottetown during Old Home Week, left from 4, finished 3rd to Beach and Lindy and Spectrum Sealster. So raced well that night. Charted 53, closed out in 29. On the rail for Jason, should get a great trip. Marito Hanover 5-2. Well, he had an upset last time with Soul Assassin. Did David Dowling? Can he do it again? GA Speed Sammy. Debbie Element of Village Green owns. Colin Johnson trains David Dowling to do the driving here. And 18:01s last time, left from 6. And he finished 6th last time, but take a little bit of a closer look at the line. He was only beaten a length and change, 56-2. Closed out 29-1. Sports Royalty, Big Bad Bruiser, Good Eye Hawkeye, 1-2-3. But this guy was right there at the wire. Not that far away. And the one prior to that was at the 21:01 level, left 5, finished 4th. David did the driving on that day, 56-3, closed out 28-4. The price is right on GA Speed Sammy, serving up 9-1. Quick look at the board before we go. Again, once you in on the action, the payouts last time were terrific. Soul Assassin was $22 on the nose, $117 for the exactor, and $298 for the try. So I hope you're playing along wherever you're watching tonight. And good luck with your wagers here. 2-1 in Marito Hanover. YS Matthews, the favorite at 4-5. Melanie's Magic there for Kenny Murphy, 12-1. Smart Official, it's Barrio tonight at 18-1. Blue Monk, Brody McPhee from 5 at 12-1. GA Speed Sammy, we talked about him with Dowling at 10-1. Sports Royalty won last time from the rail for Kenny Arsenault. He's got post 7 tonight, 11-1. And Just Call Me Doc, great little horse. He's on the outside tonight, Keith Ford, 10-1. Good luck with your picks, getting close in the 9th. Getting set for race number 9 from Red Shores in Charlottetown. Tonight as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building. Center starting gate, back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron for the race call.
Marito Hanover, YS Mathis, Melanie's Magic, Smart Official, Blue Monk, GA, Speed Semi, Sports Royalty, Just Call Me Doc outside. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, YS Mathis and Marito Hanover leaving out. Blue Monk will join them third into the turn. Dropping in fourth is Melanie's Magic. Away fifth is Sports Royalty. 6 on the turn is Smart Official. Then racing from 7th, GA Speed Semi. Early trailer, Just Call Me Doc. Their quarter pole bound, Marito Hanover, and the Blue Knight use the leader. YS Mathis is there second, and they roll along in here. Dropped in to be third is Blue Monk, racing from 4th. That's Melanie's Magic. That's Sports Royalty 5th. There's another one up. Boom! Just like that. 27-2. Opening quarter, Marito Hanover, the fired-up leader. Second is YS Mathis. Then in third, Blue Monk. Fourth is Melanie's Magic. Sports Royalty 5th. Racing 6, Smart Official. GA Speed Sammy 7th. Just Call Me Doc is 8th. Straight alignment at the half. Led by Marito Hanover. 56 and 1 was the half mile. YS Mathis around the turn second. Third is Blue Monk. In fourth, Melanie's Magic. Sports Royalty 5th. Then in 6th, Smart Official. Outside 7th, GA Speed Semi. Trailing the field, Just Call Me Doc. Leading the field, that's Marito Hanover over the 3/4. The lead now, too. YS Mathis giving chase in the 2-hole. Third around the turn is Blue Monk. Fourth is Melanie's Magic. 3/4 and 1. 25 flat. They're turning for home. Marito Hanover still the leader. YS Mathis on the outside second. Blue Monk third. Deep in the stretch, Marito Hanover and the Blue Knight. They came to play. Every call's a winning one. Second, that's YS Mathis. We need a show photo. Check out the time. 1:53 flat. Wow.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 9 tonight, presented by Red Shores. Slow-mo back up from Universal Media here tonight, and this reminded me of the mare's race. Jason was cutting it, and Mark was sitting in the 2-hole. Here we go again. Marito Hanover off the wings here tonight, like Vance said. Snappy over there for the middle of September, 27-2. Jason there with Marito Hanover. YS Matthews in the 2-hole, tracking 56 and 1. Still Jason the boss as they swing for the backside. 125 past 3/4. They're going to decide it deep in the stretch here. Now they're not going to get to the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, as he fronted it the whole way with Marito Hanover and did not look back. Coast-to-coast score here tonight. 153 flat, like Vance said. They came to play, and they did not get beat tonight right down the highway. And a winner here, Marito Hanover. YS Matthews second. Tight for third, the Blue Knight and Marito Hanover in the winner's circle next.
Marito Hanover arriving at the 9th race winner's circle, pacing Brown Gelding 4 by Better's Delight from the Western Hanover Dam. Marema Hanover, owned by Perry Burke of Grosau, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hicken, driven to victory by the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, on top at every call in 153. Marito Hanover in the 9th. Now the official results in the 9th, Marito Hanover the winner, Y.S. Mathis 2nd, Melanie's Magic 3rd, Smart Official 6th, Blue Monk 4th, G.A. Speed Sammy 7th, Sports Royalty was 5th, Just Call Me Doc finished 8th. They went 27-2, 56-1, 125, and the mile 153. In review, 1, 2, 3, 6, 4, 7, 5, 8. Marito Hanover paid $5 to win. Exactor $6, Triactor $40.90, Superfecta $14.07.
All right, there's the 1, 2, 3 Triactor 4090 in the Red Shores pace. We're going to be working on race number 10. We'll get to that in just a few minutes and get Peter's picks rolled into the screen here. We're going to tell you about the hotels, though, now featured in 9 PEI hotels. That's Red Shores this season. Guests receive a promotional package when it includes a taxi voucher. When you sign up for the Rewards Club, hotels include Holman Grand, Holiday Inn, Delta Prince Edward, and more. As a matter of fact, we want to be working with that new hotel as well at Credit Union Place in Summerside. Peter, here we go with your picks for race number 10, and it's going to be a dandy.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, it is the real princess who's got the win streak on the line, looking to go for 12. So, again, most people heading to her. I am going to put her on top. I do like the 1 here as a bit of a value play. That's a Booyah on the rail here today. And I'm going to put the 7 in, another horse that is at long odds here. But I like that horse for 3rd, so and that's Tobin's Diva. So I'm at 5-1-7. The classifier likes a 5-6-2 here, 7 away from race number 10.
The 10th race is a PEI Colt Stakes Gold Division, Booyah number 1, owned by Hugh McEachran of Inverness and Ali McEachran of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by Robert McLeod, Redmond Doucette drives. KC Starlight number 2, owned by Donald Bishop, Bruce McDonald, Charles Miles of Fredericton, New Brunswick, trained by Charles Miles, Kenny Murphy drives. Number 3, Can't Stop the Lovin', owned by Windermere Farms, River Valley Management, and Clyde Balderson, trained by Earl Watts, David Dowling. Saltwater Storm number 4, owned by Kyle Gardner, Mike Curry, and Jerry McKinnon, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee. The Real Princess number 5, owned by Eddie Doucette, Blaine Tebow, Gordon McLeod, and Grant Mann, trained by Eddie Doucette, driven by Corey McPherson. JJ Scarlett number 6, owned by McGinnis and McKinnon Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Walter Walker, Danny Gillis. Number 7, Tobin's Divas, owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, Mark Campbell drives. 5 minutes wagering time on race number 10, race day live with the PEI Colt Stakes, and another past champion spotlight. Back to Lee Drake and Peter McPhee with the highlight.
Yeah, so this is a nice touch here, Peter. The PEI past champions, PEI Colt Stakes past champions over the years, and a special thank you to Julie Jameson, Kent Oakes, Zach Conway, Universal Media for their show prep, media coverage, and production. And of course, Kurt Hughes and Vance Cameron, a great job in the last 2 cards as well, getting everything ready to go. Nick Oakes sending out all the information, and we have Malabrigo here ready to come up on the screen. We'll see if we can get another past champion coming your way in just a few minutes on the card tonight.
Yeah, we want to thank Kent Oakes as well, Lee. He sent in all the write-ups for these former past champions. So, again, thank you, Kent, for that. It's been a big help on the show tonight.
So we'll go back out on the track here, and we're set to go for the PEI Colt Stakes. And as that continues here tonight, the fillies in action here, 13,800. The Real Princess here, Peter. We talked about her on the pre-race tonight. We talked about her throughout the card, and here she is on the track. Corey McPherson handling the driving duties, as he does, for Eddie Doucette, and Eddie, along with Blaine Tebow, Gordon McLeod, and Grant Mann, as we're getting set to go here this evening. And coming in, what more can you say, really? She's been unbeatable this season. Daughter of Source of Pride has called the shots on every start except for 3, and one of them from post 5. So we'll see what Corey decides to do with her tonight.
Well, again, yeah, she's very versatile. And that start, I was going to talk about it on the August the 13th Atlantic Sire Stake A, where she went first up and still was a winner. They were closing in on her that night. Casey Starlight, who she'll race again tonight, was closing in, but she hung on to win on that day, 55-3. And then since then, she's been a winner in 4 straight, including the gold here in Charlottetown, right to the front, and a winner 56-2. And then went to the Maritimer in St. John. And you have to race twice on that day for fans who aren't familiar with that race. Again, she won the first time over there in St. John, and then came back on the same day at APR and was a winner in the final, 58-1. So yeah, like you said, she's done it all over the place and unbeaten, and it's hard to go unbeaten during a season. We'll see if she can make it 12 straight tonight.
All right, Peter, ready to go here for the rail sitter. 8-1 choice right now. This is Booyah, and Hugh McEachran, Inverness. Ali McEachran of Truro, Nova Scotia. Robert McLeod is the trainer. And Redmond Doucette, already with a win on the program here tonight. She only had the rail once in her parimutuel start, and that was as a 2-year-old at Summerside, if you can believe it or not, last year. Gets the rail tonight in the 3-year-old gold division.
I think her chances here tonight, and based off the last start at Northside, that was against the Atlantic Sire Stake A's, and she raced well, left from 6. She was able to clear up 3/4, and went on to win 59-2, closed out in 30-1. It was a real nice win. And again, if you go back to the start here, in Charlottetown, Atlantic Sire Stake A's, left from 5, finished 6th, but still charted 56-2, closed out in 29-4. She was a winner prior to that in Inverness in 58-4, closed out in 29. She's going to get a real nice trip here tonight, and I think the value is pretty good on her, 9-1 in the rail.
Time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Tonight valued at $879. The winning number will be W284-4330. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $879. W284-4330. Good luck.
All right, Pete, getting ready to go here. Seem to have some glitches going on in the internet world. Let's hope that hope we can stay up online here and get rolling. But there, as we said, there's a look at the 7. Dobin's Tiva right now has the work it from post 7. Campbell has driven her 3 times this season.
Yeah, and again, you can see she's been second 4 straight times prior to the last time out. She's been racing pretty well in the Maritimer there. She was second, 2 minutes and 2/5. Prior to that, Northside Atlantic Sire Stake A's, second there, 59-3. And then here in Charlottetown in the gold, second, charted 55-1. So I know she's on the outside, but I think she has to step to go with these, see if she can get the trip.
Yeah, no, Reg McPherson and Kevin McLean had a big day today, so hopefully looking for another big win here tonight. Going to be a great field going to gate here. With the fillies, 13,800. They're going for exacta 20-cent super tractor wagering, all ready to go. So it's post time for race number 10 in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. And back upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Booyah-yah. Casey Starlight, Can't Stop the Lovin', Saltwater Storm. The Real Princess, J.J. Scarlett, Tobin's Diva. Top of the stretch. Talk about gold. Gold division, $13,800 purse. Post time. The Ruffin facing the Real Princess, and Booyah-yah are leaving out. Casey Starlight is the third one around the turn to get away fourth. Can't Stop the Lovin'. Then fifth is Saltwater Storm. Then it's J.J. Scarlett 6, and the trailer is Tobin's Diva. A little brouhaha here in the gold division of the PEI Cold Stakes. Wow, they're sitting up. Here comes the Real Princess to clear the lead. Booyah-yah, wow. Oh, he took her on. Well off the leader's third. KC Starlight 27 and 1 opened it up. Boom! Just like that, the Real Princess with the streak on the line, the leader. Booyah stretched her out. She's in the 2-hole. KC Starlight closes up third. Can't stop the love in fourth. Then in fifth, Saltwater Storm. JJ Scarlet is sixth, trailing the field seventh. Tobin's Diva halfway home, 56 and 2. Into the paddock turn for the second time they go. Rolling over to 5/8, led by the Real Princess. Second, Booyah. There goes KC Starlight on the move in the outside third. Can't stop the love in fourth. JJ Scarlet on the outside fifth. Now sixth is Tobin's Diva, trailing the field. Saltwater Storm, 3/4 in the books. 26 and 1. The Real Princess has opened up clear by 3/8 of a mile out. KC Starlight is second. Booyah third. Can't stop the love in fourth. Down the stretch she comes, and she is the Real Princess. Give her 12 in a row in line to Corey McPherson in the PEI Colt Stakes. Second is KC Starlight. Can't stop the love in third. Time for the mile, 1:54 and 1.
Well, here's a look at the Universal Media Slow-Mo, Peter, for race number 10 tonight. The Real Princess and Corey McPherson. They weren't taking any seats tonight. They had it by 3 at the top of the lane, and she just looks awesome.
You know what? She got stung early, too, tonight. 27 and 1. Booyah. Did not want to give her an easy lead here tonight. So, like Van said, stretched the Real Princess out here tonight. But Corey did get front. Past that snappy opening split, 27 and 1. 56 and 2. It was still the Real Princess as they swung to the backside. 126 and 1. Out come KC Starlight. Gonna try to track her down late, but can't do it. And she's there and home again. 154 and 1. Yeah, tip your hat to her because it was snappy early on. She got past it and right down the road again to win. 12 in a row for the Real Princess in the winner's circle next.
Well, there's one thing I know for sure. There's coffee and donuts on the backstretch at Kensington Raceway tomorrow morning. Here comes the Real Princess into the 10th race winner's circle. Bay-facing filly, the 3-year-old daughter of Source of Pride, is off the Art Major dam, devilishly good. Only Eddie Doucette, Blaine Thibault, Gordon McLeod, and Grant Mann. The filly bred by Blaine Thibault of Kensington. She's trained by Eddie Doucette. She's driven to victory by Corey McPherson. She's perfect in her 3-year-old season. 12 starts, 12 winner's circle appearances. Tonight, she's never been better than she was. New record, 154 and 1. The Real Princess in the PEI Colt Stakes. Now, the official results here in the 10th race: Booyah Ya 5th. KC Starlight was 2nd. Can't Stop the Lovin' 3rd. Saltwater Storm 7th. The Real Princess, the race winner. JJ Scarlett was 6th. Tobin's Diva finished 4th. Fractions up 27-1. 56-2. 126-1. And the mile in 154-1. In review, it's 5-2-3. 7-1, 6-4. The Real Princess at 210. The Superfecta paid $20.57. The Exactor was valued at $8.50. Tonight's 11th race on parade, number 1 Boys Turn, owned by Claire Murphy of Millvale, Joel and Jeremy Watts of Springvale. David Dowling trains and drives. Atlantic Star 2, owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford, Mike McGuigan, the trainer-driver. 3 is Big Bad Bruiser, owned and trained by Neil Bambrick of Charlottetown, Mark Campbell drives. Woodmere Ideal Art, number 4, owned by the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained by Sifoy Melanson with Jason Hughes. 5, Better Be in Love, owned by Brendan Mullen, Cole McLaren, and Aaron McCardle. Brendan does the training. Dale Spence drives. 6 is Cataparca, owned by Jeremy Hoffman, Lynn Livingstone, Jeffrey Campbell, and Kevin Teasdale. Conditioned by Melissa Rennie, Adam Murner driving. Better Than Men, number 7, owned by Better Than Expected Stable of Mermaid, trained by Todd Walsh. Tonight, Jill's Burial. 2 minutes wagering time on race number 11. Our next Super High 5 ticket comes up on race 15.
Okay, so we are set to go for race number 11 here tonight. There's a look at Atlantic Star on track right now. Michael McGuigan training and driving tonight, Peter. Mike Pollard of Stratford is the owner and reeled off 2 wins on her Charlottetown debut back on June 28th. And like most, inside posts worked out better. But a great purchase from Mike Pollard, and victory tonight will push her close to 10,000 since moving here. So she's been hot, and right now at even money.
She's been excellent since arriving on the island. Raced very well for Mike, and I thought she was good last week. Left 4. She tracked in all the way to Ladylike and was a bang-up second. 55, closed out 28 and 2. If you slide down a little bit further, birthplace of Confederation Series, you can see there, left 6. First up was a good third to Ace 44, Dome and Dream Fair Zen Fire. Atlantic Star was a good third, 54 and 4, closed out in 28 flat, and a little bit further down there, a winner in Turo in 53. So yeah, excellent purchase for Mike Pollard. Mike McGuigan gets along well with her. I think they're going to get a nice trip. And they'll be tough here tonight. Atlantic Star 6-5.
All right, there's another great performer, and nice to see him back on track. Woodmere Ideal Art, Jason Hughes driving for Sephiroth Melanson in the Ultimate Stable of Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick. And getting into the action here tonight, most experienced in the field, and goes after a lifetime score 33. Loves to leave the gate too, Pete.
This guy could shoot the wings, and Jason is the guy that has them. And Jason likes to be aggressive off the wings, too. I think they will be tonight. You can see 1801s in Summerside. That was the strategy. Got to the front. Collared late by Legendary Ron, who's having a nice year. Woodmill Ideal Art was second last time out at Summerside. 1 down here at the Preferred Ones in Charlottetown. Zipped off the wings again. Third to Rose Run Quest and Bugsy McGuire. A couple of real nice horses. Woodmere Ideal Art third. 54 and 1, 28 and 1 on the end of it. Yes, I think the horse will be up close, and we'll see what Jason does off the wings, but I think they'll be up into the action here tonight, 7-2.
And interesting to know, too, Post 4 has 81 winners from 449 starters here in Charlottetown, 18%. And Post Position 1, the rail, still leads up until Thursday with 106 winners. So another good stat to follow along with as you track Woodmere Ideal Art. All right, there's a look at Better Be in Love. Dale Spence driving tonight for Brendan Mullen, who co-owns with Cole McLaren and Aaron McCardle. And Spence already with a big win on the card here tonight, Peter. And as you point out in your post-time picks here, Better Be in Love same starting point as last time, might be a carbon copy trip.
I think so. Again, this horse has been good for Dale. Racing very well. Last time out, that was a good effort. Came first up, finished third to Ladylike and Atlantic Star, but still stormed home in 28-3. The one prior to that was really good too. Sat in the 2-hole behind Ace 44 Dome and reached up at the very end and collared Ace 44 Dome. 2 back there, 53-4, closed out 27-4. This is a good combination, Dale and Better Be in Love. I think they got a shot here for a top 3. They may even be better than that. Better Be in Love is 5-2.
Good look at Cataparca getting ready to go to the gate here. Look at the field. Those odds will change. The 2 Atlantic Star at 7-5. The 5 Better Be in Love at 8-5. Is there in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate? It is post time for race number 11 on this Saturday night. Let's send it back upstairs for the race call with Vance Cameron.
Boys Turn, Atlantic Star, Big Bad Bruiser, Woodmere Ideal Art, Better Be in Love, Cataparca, Better Than Men, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Atlantic Stars firing out. Boys Turn along the rail. Joining them third into the turn is Woodmere Ideal Heart. Dropped in fourth is Big Bad Bruiser. Away fifth is Better Be in Love. Sixth on the turn, Better Than Men. And then the trailer is Cataparca. Up the backstretch they go. Boys Turn up the rail. The leader, it's short-lived. Here's Atlantic Star rushing on to the front. In line to Mike McGuigan. Boys Turn goes second. Racing from third, Woodmere Ideal Art. Fourth at the rail. That's Big Bad Bruiser. Racing from fifth is Better Be in Love. Racing around the turn 6 is Better Than Men. Cataparca trails 28-1 was the quarter. Off the turn they come, led by Atlantic Star. Boys Turn the 2-hole ride up on the outside. Looking for third is Better Be in Love. Now third at the rail, that is Woodmere Ideal Art. Moving up on the outside to take over fifth. Better Than Men is underway. Back to 6 is Big Bad Bruiser, and trailing, that is Cataparca. 58-3 was the half. A comfortable second quarter of just 30-2. Arriving at 5/8, Atlantic Star gets them there. Boys Turn is second. Better Be in Love on the outside third. Racing the rail fourth is a Woodmere Ideal Art. On the outside fifth is Better Than Men. Big Bad Bruiser, he's sixth, and the trailer seventh. Cataparca on past the 3/4. Atlantic Star is still there, grinding away on the outside. Better Be in Love second, the 3/4 in 1:28-1 with an eighth left to go. Atlantic Star trying to see it through. Boys Turn is there. Better Be in Love on the outside third. Woodmere Ideal Art fourth. Deep stretch now. Atlantic Star. Boys Turn is coming up the inside. Boys Turn triples up Dowling. Second Atlantic Star. Better Be in Love third. 1:56-3.
All right, so another exciting stretch drive here tonight in Charlottetown. Peter, race number 11, the Universal Media slow-mo, and it was Atlantic Star calling all the shots here, but Dowling was able to track right along with Boys Turn and get up in the passing lane to get it.
Perfect trip. He got the garden trip here tonight behind Mike, who decided to cut it here with Atlantic Star off the wings. And this horse raced well tonight, 28-1. They are the leaders past the half, 58-3. Bit of a breather there as they swung for the backside. Still Mike and Atlantic Star. David sitting in the 2-hole, 128 and 1. Dale went first with Better Be in Love, and they'll decide it here late. Mike trying to hang off the Atlantic Star, sneaking down the passing lane late. Boy's turn, and he gets there in the end for Dowling to win it, 156 and 3. Atlantic Star second, Better Be in Love third, 125 in the 11th at Red Shores.
Boy's turn on his way to the 11th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing gelding 6 by Shadow Play off the All-American Native Dam Bunny Dance, owned by Claire Murphy of Millvale. Joel and Jeremy Watts of Springvale. David Dowling training and driving for David. That's his third winner tonight for the triple. The mile 156 and 3. Boy's turn in the 11th. Now the official results in the 11th. Boy's turn the winner. Atlantic Star second. Big Bad Bruiser was sixth. Woodmere Ideal Art fourth. Better Be in Love third. Cataparca was seventh. Better Than Men fifth. 28 and 1. 58 and 3. 128 and 1. And the mile 156 and 3. In review 126 43 75. Boy's turn paid $13.10 to win. The exactor 31.30, triactor was 89.20, and the superfecta 35.55.
Okay, so getting ready for race number 12. They'll be stepping on the track here very shortly. 3-year-old colts in the gold division, 13,100 they'll go for. And before we do that, of course, we just left another signature event, Peter, and there is congratulations to Isabella McKay, the 2022 Gold Cup and Saucer Ambassador, the winning ambassador, and the $5,000 check that goes along with it, and that's going to the PEI Humane Society. And what a winner's circle that was that night, too. What a wild night that was. But Sintra and Anthony McDonald getting it done.
Yeah, no, that was part of the Give Back program for the ambassadors. And again, Isabella was the winner. She chose the Humane Society. And yeah, it's great, the program giving $5,000 to the Humane Society. Great photo, as you mentioned, Isabella on the far right there, and you can see Anthony there by Sintra and Anthony's family as well. So again, terrific photo there, and a great program, the Give Back program, through the Gold Cup and Saucer Ambassadors and Old Home Week.
Yeah, and so the winning one, of course, winning ambassador gave $5,000, and then every other ambassador in the field, also their horses, they gave $1,000. So Sintra, owned by the stable, trained by Jamie Smith and driven by Anthony McDonald, great connection there. But all those other checks, presentations will be going out to local communities as well. There's a look at your picks.
Yeah, I like the 3 in here. Stash it away for Corey McPherson tonight. I'm putting the 2 in as well. Brumby's coming off a nice win last Saturday. And I'm putting the 4 in Maximum Love. And boy, did he love his Old Home Week over here. He had a couple of wins, so he's back on the island. And Claire is at the controls, so I'm going to put them in 3, 2, 4. Underneath the classifier at 2, 7, 3 as we're 5 away. Horses on the track next.
The 12th race is a division of the PEI Colt Stakes. Gold. Roll with Hottie Toddy 1 is owned by Trevor Hicken of Montague. Todd and Trish Hardy of Windsor, Nova Scotia, trained by Trevor Hicken. Jason Hughes drives. 2 is Brumby, owned by Five Guys Horses and Lies of Charlottetown, trained by Jamie Smith, Adam Murner. Stash It Away 3 is owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, Corey McPherson. Maximum Lovin' number 4, owned by Ian Tate of St. Andrews, Nova Scotia, the trainer-driver Claire MacDonald. 5 is Hamac Maximus, owned by Walter Simmons of Summerside and Wade Story of Montague. Wade does the conditioning. Kenny Arsenault driving. J.J. Xavier, number 6, owned by David Lund of Moncton, New Brunswick. The trainer-driver is Jules Burial. 7 is St. Charles Fireball, owned by Ryan and Everett McLeod of Surrey. Mark Campbell trains and drives. Down to 3 minutes wagering time in race number 12. Race day from Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, continues with another champion spotlight.
Yeah, I love these champion spotlights here. And Denashton Gale was a son of Drop-Off, bred by Don Smith of Ponnell, owned by Canny Standardbreds and Jason Mullen. And Denashton Gale was trained and driven by the late Phil Pinckney, Peter. Dominant stake horses. Gale was a winner of 23 of 26 starts, 2 and 3, finishing second other 3 starts.
Yeah, one of my favorites. The winner of the PA Colt Stakes at 3, Denashton Gale, went on to win several regional invitationals as an aged horse, including the Gold Cup and Saucer Trial in his record 153-1. And I think we all remember that night, those of us are lucky enough to be here. For his trial win, the crowd response that night was unbelievable when Phil tipped him 3 wide on the backstretch that evening. And I remember him pacing home to victory, and the crowd was just so loud that night. And I think, and Ken Oakes and I have talked about this a lot over the years, that it might be one of the loudest nights ever at the CDP.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It was a thrill to be here for it. And we also wanted to talk a little bit about Malabrigo. We mentioned it a little earlier, and then there was a power bump there. But Malabrigo was a dominant stakes performer. PI Colt Stakes winner at 2 and 3 for breeder Dennis Baxter, owner Buntonwood Farms, and trainer-driver Mark Campbell.
Yeah, she earned over $134,000 in her career, and we all remember her going 16 for 16 at 3 and over $82,000 that year. And again, like we said, that is very hard to do, to go undefeated no matter what horse you are, no matter where you're racing. So to do it for Malabrigo, just a great accomplishment.
Yeah, a couple of other past performers and, of course, some great champions over the years as PI Colt Stakes coming to a close. There's a look at Stash It Aways. We're going for gold here, $13,100. here tonight. Reg McPherson is the owner, Kevin McLean is the trainer, and Corey McPherson gets the call to do the driving here tonight. And raced by Wilfred Ookie Polton. 9 for 11 in top 3, sparkling season.
Yeah, he's been really good again this year, Stash It Away. You can see back at Northside there, he was a winner, 56-1 for Corey, and he closed out in a brisk 27-4. If you look at his last 4 starts, all the closing quarters are 27-4, so he can really finish up his mile. And last time out, he took on the Preferred Twos here in Charlottetown, which is a dynamite group. He left 6, and he was storming on the end of it last week. Like I said, 27-4. He was 4th, only beaten 2. But you look over to the right, and it's Navalny Moonrider and Fernhill General. So again, he raced well from post 6. Better spot to work from here tonight. He's back in against his own age group, and he's 6-5.
All right, there's a look at Brumby now on your screen, and 5 guys, horses and live stable out of Charlottetown. Jamie Smith is the trainer. Anna Murner will do the driving tonight. And what a season trainer Jamie Smith is having. Tied the track record, won the Gold Cup and Saucer with Sintra, and this colt's having a solid campaign. This guy's only $5 short of $20,000 earned this year.
You know what? He was knocking on the door 3 straight weeks, and last week he finally broke through, and he raced great. He sat in the 2-hole most of the way, and then at the very end he reached up and won for Adam Murner, 55-1 with a closer at 29. But prior to that, he'd raced the A's 3 straight times, and you can see he was very, very close. 3rd to Maximum Lovin, 54-1. 2nd to Fernhill Gusto, 56-1, and 2nd to Fernhill Gusto again, 54-1. So he's been very consistent. Good spot to work from, and the price is right at 6-1.
All right, getting set to go here for race number 12 tonight in Charlottetown. Maximum Lovin' on your screen right now. Coming into the mix here tonight for Ian Tate, St. Andrews, Nova Scotia. Claire McDonald is the trainer and the driver. And as you pointed in post-time picks, those wins Old Home Week, Peter, they were special. Especially that 154-1 on trial night puts her in a league of her own.
Yeah, it sure does, and that was the fastest win ever for a female driver in Atlantic Canada, and Claire got that done. Again, there were many accomplishments during her career, and boy, did he ever love his time here in the island. I think he might have had the best Gold Cup week of anybody. This guy, he won by a neck in 54-1, and then the Joe O'Brien Gold, he reaches up to win again, 54-2, closed out 29-2, and we've said it before, when the money's on the line, you got to put Claire in.
He might have had the best on-track Gold Cup. I don't know about the off-track people.
Well, yeah, I know he got lots of hay and water after these, so he was very happy.
There were a lot of great parties, great times, Old Home Week. I think one of the best Old Home Weeks in quite some time. We never really had a chance to talk about this. We haven't been on the same desk together since before Old Home Week. But
I miss you.
I must say, I miss you too. But you know, the thing is, the crowds have never been. It's just almost like a welcome home.
Yeah, it really was. It felt like it was real again, Lee. Again, we've missed it the last couple of years, but this year people turned out, and it was almost like a bucket list item this year. I'm going to the Gold Cup. People showed up that night when you walked out here, Lee, onto the terrace and looked out. It was like, wow, this is incredible. Yeah. And I think we got lots of notes that night. People are going to come next year too.
Oh yeah, the ones that missed it last year or this year, they're going to be here next year. It is post time for race number 12. And in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate, back upstairs for the race call, here is Vance Cameron.
Lining up in the 12th roll with Hottie Toddy, Brumby, Stash It Away, Maximum Lovin', Almac Maximus, J.J. Xavier, St. Charles Fireball. Top of the stretch. Oh, my new friend Karen joins me in the booth from Newport Station, Nova Scotia. First time up, the rough end pacing. Roll with Hottie Toddy leaves out. Stash It Away gonna go right with him. Brumby has dropped in to be 3rd. To get away 4th. From the outside, J.J. Xavier. At the rail in 5th, that is Maximum Lovin'. Back into 6th is Halmac Maximus, and trailing the field, St. Charles Fireball along the backstretch for time 1, going to the opening quarter. Roll with Hottie Toddy, and the Blue Knight Hughes will be quarter pole leading. Brumby's away 2nd, racing from 3rd, Stash It Away. Now in 4th, Maximum Lovin'. Back into 5th, J.J. Xavier. Then in 6th, it's Halmac Maximus, trailing 7th. St. Charles Fireball, 28 and 1 was the first quarter. Off the turn they come, led by Roll with Hottie Toddy. Getting the 2-hole ride is Brumby. Then in third, that is Stash It Away. Racing from fourth, Maximum Lovin'. On the move on the outside, fifth, J.J. Xavier underway. Picking up sixth on the outside, St. Charles Fireball. Now the trailer. That's how Maximus, 58 and 1 was the half. Around the paddock turn for time two. Approaching 5-8. Roll with Hottie Toddy is the leader. Here comes Stash It Away in the outside second. Brumby is gapping out at the rail third. Moving up fourth is J.J. Xavier. Maximum Lovin' on the cones. Now fifth. Hamac Maximus sixth. Trailing seventh. St. Charles Fireball. 3/4 goes to Roll with Hottie Toddy in 1. 26 and 2. 28 and 1 in the third quarter. Eighth of a mile left to go. Roll with Hottie Toddy. Bringing them home. Up the inside. Brumby has taken over second. Stash It Away. Maximum Lovin' in the passing lane. Roll with Hottie Toddy and the Blue Knight use all the way. Brumby was second. Maximum Lovin' third. 1:54.4.
All right, here's a look at the Universal Media slow-mo for you. In race number 12, they're going for gold PEI Colt Stakes and 13,100 on the line tonight. Peter, Roll with Hottie Toddy was rolling tonight.
Yeah, tip your hat to Jason here tonight. He got him on the front, and they could not get to him tonight. 28 and 1. The Blue Knight has them over there, and they're on the front here tonight. 58 and 1. Good rating by Jason past the half. They're still the leaders. 126 and 2. Stash It Away takes a crack at him past 3/4. Not going to get there here tonight. He puts away Stash It Away, and down the stretch they come. Brumby tries him on the inside. Claire skimming the cones with Maximum Lovin'. Not going to happen. Jason puts everybody away tonight and wins 154 and 4. Right from the hop. He's on the front and right down the highway for the Blue Knight. Roll with Hottie Toddy in a PEI Colt Stakes at Red Shores.
Roll with Hottie Toddy arriving at the 12th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding 3 by Roll with It Harry from the Western Paradise Dam Western Queen. Owned by Trevor Hicken of Montague, Todd and Trish Hardy of Windsor, Nova Scotia. Todd and Trish Hardy are the breeders. Trevor Hicken has the training double. The Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, he's got a driving double on the night. The mile 154 and 4. Roll with Hottie Toddy in the PEI Colt Stakes with the trackside presentation. Now, the official results in the 12th, Roll with Hotty Toddy the winner. Brumby was second. Stash It Away fourth. Maximum Lovin' was third. Howmack Maximus sixth. J.J. Xavier was fifth. St. Charles Fireball seventh. Fractions went 28 and 1, 58 and 1, 126 and 2, and the mile 154 and 4. In review, it's 124, 36, 57. Roll with Hotty Toddy paid $8.40 to win. Exactor 28.10, Triactor 137.80, and the Superfecta was 154.37. And there was a daily double in there. It returned 67.55.
Okay, getting set to go here for race number 13. It's been a power pack day. It's been a power pack couple of days, really.
Lots of racing.
PI Colt
Back to
Stakes.
Thursday night.
Yeah, that's for
13 there, 13 this afternoon, and 15 tonight.
All the horse people and all the staff and everyone involved, boy, it takes a lot to
Put
pull
it all
these off.
together, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. The race office, and we'll have more on that in a few minutes. There's a look at the Atlantic Breeders' Crown. That's the slate for you, October 7th, 8th, and 9th. And it's coming up, of course, with the Atlantic Classic sale. Kicks things off on Friday. Really sets the tone for the weekend, Peter. There's no doubt about it. There's a lot of talk about it. Chairman Nick Oakes and the crew there done a great job. And
very exciting. The race books, or the sale books, are in the offices now. They'll be in Summerside on Monday as well. And the sale is 2 p.m. At the Crapo Exhibition Grounds on October the 7th. Leads into the consolation races on the 8th and the championship races on the 9th. So going to be a great weekend.
yeah, it starts at 2 o'clock. Watch and wager. Register. Bid online by visiting liveauctions.tv. The online catalog, track it links, sale updates, outs, all the information that you need, pictures and videos. Available at piharnessracing.ca or atlanticclassic.com. So some of the information that you have. And for you folks in Summerside as well, the books will be there on Monday, part of that Monday night program. And post time there is at 6 o'clock. Hey, we want to say congratulations tonight going out to Roger Wall and Kathy Chappell on their wedding yesterday. So congratulations from all of us.
Congratulations, folks, from everybody at Red Shores.
Thirteenth race, a division of the PEI Colt Stakes. One Mystical Gal, owned by Doug Matheson and Janet Sanderson of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes, Redmond Doucette. Mermaid Magic 2, owned by David Kennedy of Charlottetown and Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee. Woodmere Jazz 3 is owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford, trained by Kevin McLean, Corey McPherson. 4 is Cougar on a Tear, owned by Walter Walker of Inverness and the estate of Angus McGuinness of Mapu, Nova Scotia. Walter is the trainer. Danny Gillis drives. 5 is Ultimate Long Shot, owned by Windermere Farms, River Valley Management, and Clyde Balderson, trained by Earl Watts, David Dowling. Horse Terror 6, owned by Dale Orr of St. John and Robert Orr from Oak Bay, New Brunswick. Jill's Barrio training and driving. 7, Cutter Loose, owned by the MCR Cutter Loose Group of Charlottetown. Mark Campbell trains and drives. Kind of like Royalty number 8, owned by Joe Baxter of Falmouth and Karen Williams of Hants County, Nova Scotia. Joe Baxter trains, Dale Spence driving. There's 4 minutes wagering time on race number 13. For the post, for race replays, programs, and more, go to Redshores.ca.
And there's the matinee slate. Lee experienced the excitement of grassroots racing. And it's wrapping up here pretty soon. September 14th, Larry, 2 p.m. And then we'll see the finals, one here in Charlottetown on the 24th.
24th and September 26th, the finals in Summerside. So more information at piharnessracing.ca. And I have to tell you, Peter, there has been a lot of excitement part of this program this year, but a lot of hard work with it. And let's face it, so many great stars have come out of this program over the years.
Absolutely. I know Corey McPherson's been down through there in the matinee scene, Mark Campbell as well, the McDonald brothers who have gone on to do great things. So, yes, Lee.
Austin Sorey.
Austin Sorey is right. Yeah. We could go on and on. So, again, it's terrific racing, and the next one is September 14th in Larry, 2 p.m.
Well, certainly a good evening to everyone tuned in Inverness tonight. And Walter Walker's back in action here tonight. He's the trainer on Cougar on a Tear, co-owner as well. The estate of Angus McGuinness out of Mabou, Nova Scotia, and Donnie Gillis doing the driving here tonight. So everyone all together here, and this one going to be cheering hard for sure if they're not all here at the track. But she's on top of her game right now. 5 wins this campaign. Her second time leaving from the 4-hole this season, and last time she went gate to wire at Inverness on Canada Day. So if you're going for 13-8, you may want to call all the shots, and that could be the case here tonight.
I think so, too, and Mr. Gillis likes the front end, so I think he'll be heading there off the wings. And this horse has been great all year. She's been up against the Real Princess, and because of that, she doesn't get maybe talked enough about. She's 5 wins, 2 seconds, 2/3, up over 28,000 in earnings, 55-1 over Charlottetown, and she certainly likes this track. And I think she'll be near the front end here tonight, and has a great shot to win. Cougar on a Tear, Lee, and I know the folks in Cape Breton are watching tonight, and they'll be cheering on strongly because Lee, they love harness racing.
I think I can hear them from here.
That's right.
All right, so we're working with the 3-year-old fillies here tonight. Race number 13. There's a look at the rail sitter right now. This is Mystical Gal, owned by Doug Matheson, Janet Sanderson of Cornwall. They've had a great season as well. Nick Oakes, another great season. And a lot of miles, too. Red Doucette is going to do the driving here tonight, but she's raced at 5 different tracks this year and gets the rail to work with tonight. So it's not going to be easy, but a good starting point to go with here for Mystical Gal.
Yeah, that's why I put her in here tonight. I like the start back at Northside there, as I was saying in the picks, where she just tracked along and got the deuce in 58, 29, and 3 in the end of it. The Real Princess won it, and she was right there finishing second. If you go down a little bit further, you can see in Charlottetown, again, she tracked along there in 56 and 4 and closed out in 29 and 3. So you look over and you see that she's up over 20,000 in earnings. She does have a couple of wins, 5 second-place finishes and 2/3, 56 and 4 over Charlottetown. So she's put together a really solid year for a 3-year-old filly. And like you said, she's trucked around a lot, and so has Nick. Nick's had a nice year. So I just like the fact she's going to be inside here tonight, and I'm going to take a swing at 14-1.
Yeah, and this filly was raised by Elmer Folland, and I might see Elmer tomorrow at Park Royal.
I'm sure you will. Yeah, he'll be checking to make sure you're there.
You'll be checking on me, I think.
That's what I said.
Well, tracking along on the backstretch, there's a look at the 7, Cutter Loose, of Mark Campbell tonight, and the MCR Cutter Loose group. And right alongside is kind of like Royalty. Great looking filly there. Dale Spence doing the driving for Joe Baxter. They got to work it from the outside here tonight. And Joe, along with co-owner Karen Williams, Hants County, Nova Scotia. So in the mix here tonight. Her winning streak on the line, and post 8 will complicate matters, but she's a nice filly. but she's going to need the trip in here tonight.
Yeah, again, like I said, she's been on the inside the last 3 and been very, very sharp. She was a winner off the rail 3 down there. Went to the 2-hole, 2 back, was a winner by 2 and change, 56. And then again, fronted it last time all the way, 56 and 1, closed out 28 and 2. She already has 5 wins this year, but the big thing is she has to move outside here tonight. So we'll see what kind of a trip Spinner Spence can work out. He won from the 7-hole already tonight.
I was just going to say he worked one out from the 7-hole, so he's got 1 slot left to the right. But we'll see how it works out here. When you're going for this, you know, it can all work out. And the bettor's on board here, 4-1. That's good price.
Yeah, she's taking a little bit of late money here, so they're putting her in the tickets here tonight. The 4 still the favorite. And again, we can see some others that are taking some late money. The 6, Mermaid Magic for Brody McPhee. So again, we want you in, getting close.
Just a great group of fillies here lining in behind the starting gate, the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. They're in the hands of the starter, Jeff McDonald. Let's send it upstairs for the race call. Here's Vance Cameron.
Record-breaking PEI Colt Stakes weekend lead. 23 divisions as the association celebrates their 88th anniversary. Mystical Gal, Mermaid Magic, Woodmere Jazz, Cougar on a Tear, Ultimate Long Shot, Orr's Terror, Cutter Loose, Kinda Like Royalty, Post Time. The rough and pacing Cougar on a Tear leaves out. That's Woodmere Jazz going with her along the rail. Is Mystical Gal guarding the inside as they round the turn. Racing from 4th, that's Mermaid Magic. Now in 5th, Ultimate Long Shot. Away 6 up the rail. That's Orr's Terror. Kind of like Royalty outside 7th. Up the rail, Cutter Loose is 8th. They're quarter pole bound. And Cougar on a Tear for Danny Gillis has taken over the lead. Second is Mystical Gal. Rolling along for 3rd. That's Woodmere Jazz. All alone racing 4th is Mermaid Magic. 28 flat. Open this one up as they round the turn, arriving at the 3/8. Cougar on a Tear leads it. Racing 2nd, Mystical Gal. Woodmere Jazz 3rd. Mermaid Magic 4th. Ultimate Long Shot are racing 5th. Orr's Terror in 6th. Then Cutter Loose is 7th. And the trailer, that is Kinda Like Royalty. They're halfway home, and it's Cougar on a Tear, the midway point leader. Mystical Gal races 2nd. 3rd up the rail is Woodmere Jazz. 57 and 1 was the half mile. Now we're under an inquiry. Judges' inquiry underway in the 13th. By the 5/8 they go, led by Cougar on a Tear. Mystical Gal is there 2nd. Coming 3rd on the outside, that's Ultimate Long Shot. In at the rail and racing 4th, Woodmere Jazz. Orr's Terror is taken 5th. Then in 6th, along the inside is Mermaid Magic. Kinda Like Royalty 7th, trailing the field. Cutter Loose 1, 26 and 3/3 as they move around the turn for the final time with an 8th to go. Cougar on a Tear to bring them home. Mystical Gal looking for a shocker here on the outside 2nd. Up the rail, Woodmere Jazz is 3rd. Deep stretch now on the wire next. Woodmere Jazz at the inside for McPherson. Mystical Gal 2nd. We need a show photo. 1:55.4.
Wow, does this set up for another exciting stretch drive here tonight in the PEI Colt Stakes? And race number 13 has the Universal Media Slow-Mo. And here they are. They're going to decide it in the stretch here, Peter. And you talked about Cougar on a Tear. And you also talked about Mystical Gal with the rail. And what a trip here tonight. What a finish.
Great finish. And the 3 is going to skim down the passing lane again and win. But let's take you through it here. Cougar on a Tear, 28 flat over there with Snappy. 57 and 1. Mystical Gal was sitting in the 2-hole. 126 and 3 angling out is Woodmere Jazz and going to go on by Cougar on a Tear. I mean, Mystical Gal was angling out and going on by Cougar on a Tear. Looked like she might win, but Corey sneaking down the passing lane and going to get it all here with Woodmere Jazz in the final strides, reaching up to get the gold in the PEI Colt Stakes for Woodmere Jazz, the winner. Mystical Gal race great. She's 2nd, tight for 3rd, but it's Corey and Woodmere Jazz in the 13th.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're asked to retain your tickets here in race number 13. The judge's inquiry involves the start of the race. Judge's inquiry, looking at the start, please hang on to your tickets. Woodmere Jazz arriving at the 13th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Filly 3 by Roll With It Harry from the Western Paradise Dam Shadow Dancer. Owned by Reg McPherson of Stratford. The filly bred by Woodmere Farms of Marshfield. Kevin McLean does the training. Corey McPherson has another PEI Colt Stakes victory. The mile 155 and 4 new pacing record. Woodmere Jazz in the PEI Colt Stakes. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the results of the judge's inquiry in the 13th. 8 Kinda Like Royalty had broken equipment prior to the start. There's going to be a general refund. All monies wagered on number 8 Kinda Like Royalty will be refunded for broken equipment prior to the start. Here's the official results now on the 13th. Mystical Gal was second. Mermaid Magic 6th. Woodmere Jazz the winner. Cougar on a Tear third. Ultimate Longshot 4th. Orr's Terror was 5th. Cutter Loose 8th. Kinda Like Royalty was 7th and refunded for broken equipment prior to the start. They went 28, 57 and 1, 126 and 3, and the mile 155 and 4. From the top, 261, 345, 87. Woodmere Jazz paid $8.80 to win. Exactor 60.60. Triactor 403.80. Superfecta 62.66.
And there's how tight it was for the show ticket. There's the show photo from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. And the 4 getting up. Cougar on a tear for 3rd against Ultimate Longshot. All right, getting set to go for race number 14 here tonight in Charlottetown. As we said, PEI Colt Stakes weekend coming to a wrap here. 88 years of great history, Peter. And we're getting set to go for a very special race. 50 years of race secretary Gerard Smith, our very own, celebrates a birthday as well. But this milestone, if you take it all the way back, which seems like yesterday, which we did the pregame, but we did a really cool feature on Gerard. And, boy, we have so many highlight reels over the years. But you just take a look at the racing this past week, throughout the season. Anytime you want to look at it, the race secretary plays a key role of what we put for product on the track, and he's been doing it for 50 years.
Absolutely. It's incredible the career he's had. Really has, going back to our virtual tack room interview with Gerard, which was a great interview. And again, he talked about starting in 1972 in Summerside, Lee, starting up there, and worked his way throughout the different tracks in the Maritimes, including Charlottetown and Summerside. He was a starter as well. He was the general manager, Lee, and he drove as well a little bit in his career. So he's done it all, really, in his career. He's a great guy to talk to. He knows so much, very knowledgeable, Lee, and well-deserved of this race here tonight.
The 14th race, Gerard Smith's 80th birthday, 50 years as a race secretary. On parade, legendary Ron 1, owned by Doug Matheson Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes, Redmond Doucette. Burnout Hanover 2, owned by the Orwell Bay Stable of Orwell, trained by Jeff Holmes, Brady Sweet. And McPat 3, owned by Donald Stevenson of Fredericton, New Brunswick, trained by Gilles Barrio, Dale Spence, Catch Drives. 4, Acrobat Hanover, owned by Lenny, Maddie, and Liam Myers, and Robin Law Jeunesse, trained by Lenny Myers, Mark Campbell. 5, Moonrider, owned by Debbie Elderman of Village Green, trained by Colin Johnson, David Dowling. Island Beach Boy number 6, owned by Ian Smith of Stratford, and Arnold Hagan of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by Gilles Barrio. 7, Screen Test, owned by the Kick and Horse Stable of York, and William Andrew of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Ronnie Gass, Corey McPherson. Number 8 is Navalny, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated of Elmsdale, trained by Melissa Rennie. That's Adam Murner. 4 minutes wagering time on our race number 14. And guys, we're coming up with our selections here in the 14th. It's Smitty's 80th birthday and 50 years as a race secretary. And we thank Results Advertising and Marketing for their presentation of the Advance Cam. Here in the 14th, I'm leaning on the 6 Island Beach Boy, Jules Burial. Been a while since he's been to the winner's circle. You'll have to go all the way back to July 30th when he win by 5 and 53 and 2. I like him tonight, and the punters like him also right now at the 1-4 choice. I like the 2 Burnout Hanover, playing a long shot for the deuce in here, guys. Then I like the 1 Legendary Ron. He's been rolling right along for Nick Oakes. And then I'll close it out with Acrobat Hanover, who lands in the featured off a couple of real nice victories, 54 and 3, 55 and 2. I like 6-2-1-4. And listen, gentlemen, I seen Mr. Smith sitting up on both a pacer by the name of Brad's Beaver and a trotter called Roll-O-Matic. So the big guy, it didn't matter if there were pacers or trotters, he could sit up on one.
Well, as we said a little earlier, Hall of Famer, and, he's done so much on the track and for the track, and he's done so much in baseball field and the hockey rink as well with NHL coaches and you name it. So it is quite a celebration, and we know he doesn't like the whole lot of the limelight, so we're not going to get into it too deep here, but boy, oh boy, you just look back, Vance, you mentioned a little earlier, PI Colt Stakes weekend, and the cards that he and Kathy Carraher and Tara Polton-Myers and the race office play such a key role. Of course, Joy Power in the race office alongside with Standard Canada. Boy, I'll tell you, they put on some great cards.
Well, I mentioned it a little earlier. There are 23 divisions of the PEI Colt Stakes. That's an all-time record for the group. So the association has to be mighty proud, and of course, we're mighty proud that Smitty puts it all together.
That's for sure. Year in and year out, 50 years as a race secretary, and as he will tell you, and as I know too, this is a 7-day-a-week
big time
job that he does.
Yes.
All right, so we'll head out to the track here, but I'll give you my tickets if anybody cares. I don't know.
Let's see, ice cold here.
No, ice cold. Island Beach Boy, I'm on the point there too tonight. I think he's one of the fastest leaders I've seen here for some time. He's posted a 26-second opener here, so I think he nails the 7th of the season. I like the 5 Moonrider matching our race classifier for second. Dowling gets along well with them, and he's been pacing trips at 53 and change, 54 and 2, so I'll leave him there for second. Nivaldi, I'm going all the way to the outside 8. I know that's a really tough task. Not going to say you're going to win from there, but I just like the fact got the speed and like the half since moving here. Not sure how he's going to like the 8-hole or how well he behaves, but I think he's got a shot to complete the triactor. And really, the super players, I think you can throw a dart in the program because any one of these could be there. But I'll lean on the rail sitter, Legendary Ron, who's put together a sparkling season. So my side of the desk, 6-5. 8-1.
I'm going to go against you a little bit. I'm going to put the 6 on top like everybody else. I'm going to put the 3 in for second, McPat. And I like the fact that Spence is driving tonight, so I'll call for second. And yes, Legendary Ron on the rail, who's taking late money here. Again, Nick Oakes has got this guy going all season long, doing various tracks and doing it a fine job all season long has been Legendary Ron. So he's going to get a nice trip. He'll be inside here tonight. And Red Doucette's going to do the driving. And if you look at his stats, 16 starts, 7 wins, a second, and 5 thirds. So, again, 13 for 16 in top 3's. Got to put him in. So I'm at 6-3-1.
Just before we get ready to go here, we mentioned PI Colt Stakes, and there's a couple of connections in the last race that we want to mention here. Post 3, Woodmere Jazz, The Roll With It Harry, half-sister sire by Arthur Blue Chip in the Atlanta Classic Yearling Sale, selling his hip 54, Woodmere Luna, signed by Woodmere Farms. And post 4, Cougar on a Tear, as we showed that close finish for third by Cougar Hall, his half-brother sired by Pang Shui in the Atlanta Classic Yearling Sale, selling at hip 75. No Shui Jose, I believe. Hope. Consigned by Paul Conway. So didn't want to miss those. We really appreciate all the support on them. And
Yeah, October
Atlanta
7th.
Classic Sale is coming up October 7th before
2
you know
p.m.
it.
Crapo Exhibition Grounds. Going to be a great day.
So the Betro Home Building Center starting gate is rolling here in the 14th. 50 years as a race secretary, Gerard Smith, celebrating a birthday too. And Vance, Lester Chappell was a key figure in getting Smitty involved in the race game. And he has fine words to say about that gentleman.
I'm sure he does. They were colleagues way back when I went to junior high school. So Lester, he was the janitor. Smitty had him for the teacher. Been a great asset to maritime racing. Here is the 14th post time. Up and pacing. There goes Island Beach Boys sailing right on to the lead. Legendary Ron got away second. Third into the turn. That is Burnout Hanover. Coming up fourth on the outside is Screen Test. Away fifth at the rail, McPad. Moving up sixth is Moonrider at the rail in seventh as they race on to the backstretch, going to the quarter mile. And trailing the field, that is Navalny. Leading the field is Island Beach Boy for Joe Barrio. Second is Legendary Ron, racing from third. Burnout Hanover. Screen Test dropped in to be fourth. That is McPat fifth. Moonrider is racing from sixth. Acrobat Hanover seventh. And the trailer, Navalny, 28 and 2, the front quarter, as they round the turn for the first time. They're led on past the 3H by Island Beach Boy. Getting the two-hole ride is Legendary Ron. Then in third is Burnout Hanover. Racing from fourth, Screen Test. Edging to the outside, fifth is McPat. Moonrider is sixth. Acrobat Hanover seventh. And Navalny to the outside, the trailer, 57 and 2. Opening half mile, Island Beach Boy leads them by 2 at the 5H. Legendary Ron is second. Burnout Hanover going to the outside third. Screen Test up the rail fourth. McPat is stalled fifth. On the inside is Moonrider sixth. Seventh is Navalny trailing the field. Acrobat Hanover. They're by the three quarters. Island Beach Boy has not been challenged. Screen Test now up second on the outside. Third up the rail is Burnout Hanover. Three quarters in 1:26 flat. They turn for home, led by Island Beach Boy. Screen Test at long odds, and I mean long odds, is second. Up the inside is Burnout Hanover. To the wire they come. Island Beach Boy needs the line and finds it for Barrio. The long shot, Screen Test second. Third is Burnout Hanover. 1:54 and 1.
All right, there's a look at the feature here for you tonight. The Universal Media slow-mo for you. Island Beach Boy. We all said it's going to be on the point here. We knew that. And could he hang on? And he gets it done here tonight. Long odds, screen test. You don't hear that very often.
No.
Prove them wrong tonight.
Oh, he raced great again tonight. Yes, Island Beach Boy, he likes to zip the wings, and he did tonight, 28-2, and he was over there, 57-2. Pretty good rating by Barrio past the half. 126, that's when Corey makes the move with screen test. So does the two Burnout Hanover, and down the stretch they come, and they are swarming in on the 6. Island Beach Boy, Corey on the outside with screen test. Burnout Hanover along the rail, but yeah, he digs in late. Does Island Beach Boy and Barrio, and hangs on. 154-1. Screen test, he raced great. Second, Burnout Hanover third. Island Beach Boy in the 14th at Red Shores.
Now arriving at the 14th race winner's circle, number 6 is Island Beach Boy. Bay Pacing gelding, 4 years, the son of some beach somewhere, is off the Armbro McIntosh Dam Lady Sometimes. Owned by Ian Smith of Stratford and Arnold Hagen of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Jill's Barrio Training and Driving, and for the Maritime Magic Man, that is a training and driving double on this night. The mile 154 and a 1. Island Beach Boy. Gerard Smith's 80th birthday, 50 years as race secretary, and the cooler presentation. Now the official results in the 14th, Legendary Ron 7th, Burnout Hanover 3rd, McPat 5th, Acrobat Hanover 4th, Moonrider was 8th, Island Beach Boy, the race winner, Screen Test finished 2nd, Navalny was 6th, fractions of 28 and 2, 57 and 2, 126, the mile in 154 and 1. From the top, it's 735, 481. 2-6. Island Beach Boy 410 to win. Exactor 7610, Triactor 318.50, and the Superfecta is carried over.
Okay, 7 to go before race number 15 as we wrap it up on a Saturday night. It's been a great day of harness racing here on the island. 7 to go before race number 15. I'm going to go to the rail here with Popularity and Mark Campbell to round it out. I do like the 1. I like the 7 for part of it. Cowboy Logic, he looked good last week, so he bumps up the class ladder this week. I'm going to put him in for second. And the 8, Diamond Call for Adam Murner on the outside here tonight. So I'm going 1, 7, 8. Classifier putting the 7, Cowboy Logic on top. The 4, Doc Darrell for Colin Shepard. He can really fire home, can Doc Darrell. And the 8, that's Diamond Call and Adam Murner. So 7, 4, 8. Classifier 1, 7, 8 for me. 6 away from the finale on a Saturday night at Red Shores.
The 15th race on the track for the post parade, number 1, Popularity, owned by Maddie and Liam Myers of Stratford, trained by Lenny Myers. Mark Campbell drives. Rocket Novel, number 2, owned by Reynolds Racing of Murray River, trained by Roy Reynolds. Kenny Murphy in the sulky. Silver Hill Lightning 3, owned and trained by Stacey Lund of Stratford, Brody McPhee. For Doc Darrell, owned by Morgan Shepard of Brackley Beach. Morgan does the training. Colin Shepard drives. Five, Well, Let's See, is owned by Trish Hardy of Windsor, Nova Scotia, trained by Todd Hardy, Redmond Doucette. Phil Dolene 6, owned by Kent and Andrew Williams and Lyndon Hardy. Jason Hughes, the trainer driver. Cowboy Logic 7, owned by Morris McCabe, Angus Burke, George Burke, and Wayne McPherson. Trained by Harold Shepard. Stephen Shepard drives. Eight is Diamond Call, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie of Elmsdale, trained by Melissa Rennie. Adam Murner's above the wheels. 2 minutes wagering time on race number 15. Back to the broadcast desk, and here's Peter and his super high five ticket.
Well, thank you very much. And say, yeah, we're closing it down here in Charlottetown on a Saturday night. It's been great. 13 dashes this afternoon, 15 tonight. We wrap it up here. And I'm going to head to the one, Popularity, who was taking early money, but now is shot up to 6-1 here. So that's a good price on Popularity. I do like the 7 for part of it as well. That's Cowboy Logic. He was a winner at the 901, so he's going up the class ladder this week, trying to go back to back. I do like the 8 Diamond Call for part of it, and the 4 and the 3. So I'm at 178. 4-3 on the race number 15, Super High Five. Okay, one final time for a look at the odds boards tonight. In the 15th, 9-2 on Popularity, 38-1 on Rockin' Novel. Kenny Murphy tonight. 3 is Silver Hill Lightning. Brody McPhee, they're 19-1. Doc Darrell, like I said, he can storm home. 7-1 on Doc Darrell. Well, let's see. Now the favorite for Red Doucette. Late money on Well, let's see. 2-1. Phil Dorleans and Jason Hughes. Jason with a couple of wins tonight. 15-1. Cowboy Logic looking to go back to back. 2-1. And late money as well on Diamond Call for Murner tonight, as they're dropping down a notch here tonight on the outside at 2-1. It's a good betting board to wrap it up here at Red Shores on a Saturday night. Getting set for race number 15 from Red Shores in Charlottetown tonight as the horses swing in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting out. Shout out tonight to the crew in the control room, Rob, Tim, Mike, Sam, Allen out on the camera. Great job, everybody, tonight. Vance Cameron, up to you for the finale.
Lining up in the 15th, Popularity, Rockin' Novel, Silver Hill Lightning, Doc Darrell. Well, let's see, Phil Dorleans, Cowboy Logic, Diamond Call. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. It's the PEI Colt Stakes weekend finale. The rough and pacing Phil Dorleans is leaving out towards the rail. That is Popularity. In between horses, Doc Darrell as they go 3 wide around the turn. Silver Hill Lightning's away fourth. Now racing from fifth is Well Let's See on the inside. Check fifth. That's Rockin' Novel. Then it's Well Let's See in sixth. Cowboy Logic seventh. And Diamond Call is eighth. As they roll up the backstretch going to the quarter, led by Phil Dorleans in line to the Blue Knight. Jason Hughes. Racing from second is Poplar Artie. Doc Darrell races third. Now in fourth, that is Silver Hill Lightning. They're sitting up in the nightcap. Boom! Just like that, 27 and 4. Open this one up. Phil Dorleans down the stretch he comes, en route to the opening half mile. Poplar Artie is second, then in third. That's Doc Darrell. Silver Hill Lightning fourth. On the move in the outside fifth. Cowboy Logic underway. Well, let's see, following him out sixth. Then it's Rockin' Novel seventh. Diamond Call is eighth. 57 and 1 the half mile. They move round the paddock turn for time two, approaching 5-8, and it's Phil Dorleans the leader. Poplar Artie along the rail, first up on the outside third. Cowboy Logic underway, right with them in fourth. Along the inside, that's Doc Darrell, racing from fifth. On the outside, well, let's see. Then in sixth, Silver Hill Lightning, Rockin' Novel. Diamond Call trails, 3/4. They went there in 26 and 1. Phil Dorleans still there. Wow, and what odds is he at? They're long from the outside. Cowboy Logic racing third. Poplar Artie. Fourth is Doc Darrell. Homeward bound. Cowboy Logic has taken over. Second, Phil Dorleans. Poplar Artie up the inside. Doc Darrell closes up. Cowboy Logic for Stephen Shepard. Doc Darrell was second. Phil Dorleans held third. 1:55-2.
Okay, here's the slow-mo for race number 15 from Redshores in Charlottetown tonight as we close it down. A great day of harness racing on Prince Edward Island. Phil Dorleans shoots off the wings here tonight for Jason Hughes and gets there past the opening split, 27 and 4. They are the boss, 57 and 1. They are the leaders past the half. First over for Cowboy Logic, 3/4, 126 and 1. Still grinding away Cowboy Logic, and he is going to get by the pace setter. That was Phil Dorleans here tonight, and go back-to-back. He was a winner last week, steps up the class ladder, and wins again this week. 1:55 and 2. A real nice win for Cowboy Logic. Like I said, Doc Darrell, he always finishes strong. Out of the clouds for second. Third goes to Phil Dorleans. Back-to-back for Cowboy Logic as he closes down a great day at Red Shores, Charlottetown.
Here comes Cowboy Logic into the 15th race, winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding, he's 5, a Western Ideal. From the Art Major Dam, Sarah Sue, owned by Morris McCabe, Angus Burt, George Burke and Wayne McPherson. Trained by Harold Shepard, driven to victory by Stephen Shepard for a mile in 1:55 and 2. Cowboy Logic closes out a PEI Colt Stakes weekend at Charlottetown. Now the official results in the 15th. Poplar Artie 4th, Rockin' Novel 6th. Silver Hill Lightning was 8th. Doc Darrell 2nd. Well, let's see, was 7th. Phil Darlene's 3rd. Cowboy Logic, the race winner. Diamond Call finished 5th. Fractions were up 27 and 4, 57 and 1, 126 and 1. And the mile, 155 and 2. In review, it's 468, 273, 015. Cowboy Logic paid $330. Exactor was $1440. The Triactor at $196.80. The late daily double valued at $320. And the Super High Five yet to be posted. That's going to complete the PEI Colt Stakes weekend here in Charlottetown. Tonight's Par Mutual handle was $73,511. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.